Good morning, good evening, or good night. Whenever you're watching this, wherever you're watching this, hello, everyone.
Or yeah, I guess it depends on what time zone you're in, maybe.
That, and also, some people go back and watch these that aren't watching it live, so.
That's true.
Whenever you're watching it, hello. If you're watching it like 5 years or something, that's so weird to think about. Like somebody just randomly decided to go back to our channel and find one of the live looks.
And to those people, we have to know: did Iron Gwazi ever open?
Let us know in the comments. Yeah. Mm. Hello, everyone in the chat. Good.
Oh, I'm tired all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Probably because you're like, oh, now I have to endure 3.5 hours of this.
Yeah, I have to do stuff.
Now I have to work and talk, communicate. Call James an idiot for the next hour and a half. I can't do it. It just gets so
James,
old,
you're an
man. It
idiot.
gets so tiring. Oh, Six Flags Face of Texas announcing their new ride on the 28th. Do you just want to bring that up quickly? Or at least that's what people think. There's like an email that got sent out that said like there's a big announcement coming in July 28th. I remember seeing that. Is that something you'd want to talk about real quick?
Wait, I'm sorry. What? I was reading
Wow.
something.
Wow.
I know I'm horrible.
Fiesta Texas is announcing their new
Oh
ride
yeah,
the
that I did
28th.
see that. We can mention it. Yeah.
I'm still not 100% convinced it's a ride. Did you see they're repainting Poltergeist?
Yes.
What is it with Six Flags in like puke lime green as a color scheme? It's like I feel like every ride they repaint now is like that color.
They got a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, Mindbender got a repaint of that color. Poltergeist. I mean, it's kind of weird.
I mean, it probably literally is that they got a good deal.
And they're just sending the paint all over the country. Fiesta Texas over Georgia. Here's some for you. Some for you. Mm.
I need to get to Fiesta, Texas, but it's too hot now, I think.
I love Fiesta Texas. Have you been to over Texas?
Nope.
They're kind of far apart. I need to get to over Texas really bad.
Holiday World's the farthest away that I've been to a park.
And really, like
Well, no, I guess Florida, I guess Disney,
yeah.
and literally just Disney,
I
like 2 decades ago.
mean, it's in the 90s there right now. I'm pretty sure that's what it was today here in Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually hotter tomorrow than it is in Texas down there. So I don't know.
So I have my updated number. My coaster count is currently at 230.
2:30. Good.
Yep.
Mine is. Let me see. I think I updated it. Where's my sheets at? I guess the furthest I've been to Oregon. I rode a couple coasters in Oregon when I was there, like as a young child. They were like kiddie coasters, but I rode them. But other than that, that doesn't really count. I don't feel like because I wasn't like traveling for coasters. I'm at 275.
275.
Yeah. So I get my 300th in California if everything goes right and everything's not down. I can. Yeah.
The great adventure, the great adventure disease
Yeah.
spreads.
The
to
Great Adventure
other
effect.
coasts.
Yeah. I kid you not. I was looking at Knott's hours, and they're great. They're all like 10 to 10, like the whole week of August, the whole month of August. I had to replan my entire trip itinerary because of California's Great America's hours. They're randomly closed on a Saturday, the weekend I'm there. Then they're not open for 4 days during the week, the middle of the week, and then they reopen the next weekend. I'm like, what the hell are these hours? I'm like, all right, well, I guess I can't go to California's Great America during the week, so I have to have it go during the weekend, and I have to go that Friday because it's not open on that Saturday. It's really weird. Yeah, I don't understand what happened there. I hope to God there's a real, like it's an event or something's going on. They're not just randomly closed on a random Saturday. Cedar Fair's doing some weird hours, I swear. I really thought King's Dominion had it bad, and then I looked at the California's Great America hours, and I was like, wow.
They're all just doing weird stuff. All the Cedar Fair
Yeah,
stuff.
they are. They are.
It's all because they're crying. They're like, we need to make more money for our executives and our shareholders.
They're going to take the $20 away pay, apparently. From Cedar Point Associates, it's going to go back down to 15. Eventually. Right now, they're continuing. They're saying it's a $15 base pay and then a $5 bonus is what they're saying. So that $20 an hour thing that they were promoting really isn't $20 an hour. It's 15 plus $5 bonus for right now. I think that's kind of sneaky.
Yeah, that's pretty shitty.
There we go. Park hours. And apparently Six Flags Discovery Kingdoms just closed the whole month of August.
Really?
I mean, this is literally their hours right now. I don't know if the site's messed up. I mean, the other day I looked, it wasn't like this, but look, this is literally their hours right now. Oh, man.
All right, I need to go get a drink, and then we can get started whenever you're ready. We still gotta figure out the poll stuff. You figure out the poll stuff while I go get a drink.
All right, guys, weekly poll for next week. Let's get this underway. I don't. This is so difficult. We've literally done, I think, every easy poll in existence. Wood coasters versus steel, the best manufacturer. We even done head-to-head B&M versus Intamin. It really comes to these very kind of aberrant and abnormal polls, and it's hard to come up with them because I don't know, it's just difficult to think of them. I'm trying to think. Video killed the radio star. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are thinking of weekly poll ideas currently for the podcast. Bob's back, and I haven't thought of a weekly poll. He's going to be mad. So anyone that's joined us has any idea of a poll, please let us know. trying to think. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, Cam conducted a poll on his Instagram story, Bob,
He did.
and it said should RMC come and redo Wildcat, and like 80% I think said yes, and 20% said no.
So what you're saying is 80% of the Instagram world is a bunch of jackasses.
80%. I think it was like 15 people that voted on this poll. So maybe I don't know if we brought it to ours and more people voted. It would. I feel like it could either go even worse or it could be even better. But I saw that on Cams and I'm like, oh man, I didn't realize how.
Oh my God.
What's up?
How did I miss this?
How did you miss what?
Hold on.
Oh boy.
The raft that flipped over at Adventureland
Mm-hmm.
was repaired earlier in the day.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like to repair today, and they like reopened the ride or something. So they repaired it prior to the individual aborting it and riding it.
Yep. It had temporarily been pulled from service earlier in the day because of a deflated air bladder, according to public records obtained by the Des Moines Register. It was one of several rafts that had been taken out of service because the bladders that kept them afloat had deflated. The report also shows that the raft was repaired and put back into service at 5:45 p.m., about 1 hour and 45 minutes before the 7:30 p.m. accident.
Mm.
Where do you want to put that? You want to lead off with it?
Yeah, it can just be a quick update for it.
You'll have to make it do all that fun stuff.
Make it dance.
Make it dance. Alright, I want to read this over the rest of the story real quick.
Of course.
Did not overturn until reaching the end of the whitewater course, though it began having trouble almost the moment it was launched. The raft immediately began taking on water as the ride began, and had touched the bottom multiple times on the course, leaving scrapes and gouges on the ride's concrete bottom and wooden weirs, according to investigators. Holy shit, Adventureland is boned.
Yeah.
Oh, the attorney. Guess what the attorney had to say?
I'm reading it right now.
But it's never happened before.
Therefore, that absolves us of all responsibility.
The state official is saying that it's not clear whether the bladder's deflation was a cause or effect.
Yeah, I'm reading. Sweet bells returned.
Wait, so this article is kind of confusing me now.
Why?
So, in the first part of the first part of the article says that state ride investigators have found all of this stuff. But then the second says that state officials in the new report said it was not clear whether the bladder's deflation was a...
I think they found out that this happened, but they didn't necessarily mean that it is a direct cause of the flip. Like, I don't know if they can directly link it quite yet. Like, I don't know if there's enough
Yeah,
evidence
I
to
guess
say,
that's
hey,
what they're...
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying. Yeah, Pam. I know what Pam's would be.
Leap the dips.
Yep. That's pretty funny. That keeps happening. I mean, in the most sincere way, Pam. I'm just kidding. In the most respectable way, it's kind of funny. I get it's probably frustrating, but every time she goes, she's like, "Leave the tips is closed," or "There's a storm," or "I'm here, but I can't. It's right there." You gotta pull the Taylor Bybee with the lightning rod and lay down in front of Leap the Dips next time, Pam. Like, just lay down in front of it. Just have like a mental breakdown. Just lay down in front of the rod. I guess we could do that. I don't know what my most sought after credit that I haven't been able to ride is. Do you have one in mind?
What?
A credit that you haven't been able to get on that you want to. Like, not that, like, you've actually. I don't know. We'd have to set some parameters. It's not just a ride that you. It's not like a bucket list ride because we've done that before. It's like a credit that you've actually been to the park and you just haven't been able to get on it.
I've actually been pretty lucky.
Yeah, I think I have as well. So I can't think of any I haven't. I don't know if that happens too much to too many people. That's why it is so amazing when it happens to just one, like you or with Taylor with. Screw Philadelphia. Screw Philadelphia. I gotta get on Leap the Dips.
You can go get mellow cups. Mellow cups. How do you pronounce it?
I don't know. I don't even know what that is.
It's like Reese's cup except it's marshmallow.
Reese's cups. Reese's cups. Eat 'em up. Eat 'em up. Eat 'em up. Eat 'em up. Reese's cups.
And it's not Hershey. It's Boyer.
Peanut butter chocolate flavor.
Oh, and you're at the home of Sheets. There's Sheets everywhere in Altoona because that's where it started.
I'm seeing no cons here, Pam. Except for the fact that once you move there, Leap the Dips will go down for a permanent delay in operation and just never reopen.
Yeah, don't move to Altoona. You'll kill it.
It'll catch on fire like Tatsu.
Some guy will try to burn it down.
some guy will catch a square inch of the ride on fire. Did they ever catch that guy? I think they were still looking for
I don't
him
know.
as of the last I heard. That's amazing. I really want to know now if it was like, was he just like mentally unstable? Was it like a joke or a prank that he was trying to pull?
Who knows?
Is he just a pyromaniac just going out there and?
A little bit of both.
Yeah, probably. But I feel like that's something like a dare, like a college kid would do or something. Light the coaster on fire. I don't know. What's our next week's weekly poll?
Oh, we don't need a weekly poll.
The weekly poll for this week is there is not a weekly poll. Do you agree?
I agree.
Do you agree there's not a weekly poll? Everybody in the chat, if you've not already, go submit a photo to the photo contest. Some of your best photos. Let us see them. Just because you don't think you're going to win is not a good reason.
If you want.
You said what?
They could submit their worst photos too if they want.
Yeah, and then they'd win. That's how it works.
We still haven't decided what the prize is going to be.
Nope, we haven't. That's what
We're going to do the same thing for grand prize as we did last year.
Do you want to do the same thing? I was wondering if you'd be okay with that, or if you want to do something.
Yeah, we can do that. And we'll figure out for second and third.
Yeah. Could send him some hard drives.
Store all the photos on.
Yeah, here you go. Here's some photo storage.
At the value, the way prices of hard drives are skyrocketing, maybe it might be
Might
be better to win second place.
I'm gonna submit a photo of the view you get from the Festa Italia Bridge, looking over the Loch Ness Monster loops and Griffin and Alpengeist. Because no one has ever taken that angle, captured it in the photo.
All right. I have one problem with this article. It says multiple requests were made to dispatch an ambulance strike team. There was only one request. And they missed it, and then a second. I guess technically there's multiple, but that's a little being over dramatic.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is they had 2 ambulances on the way. As the strike team needed a third. So, like, that line's being a little over dramatic, I think. But
this is the media.
Everything else is pretty much. Yeah. Well, I think the problem is there was so much going on that radio traffic. I mean, that's where they got that from. That it was like kind of for somebody that doesn't listen to that type of stuff frequently. Like, they don't understand that was kind of.
All right, what is next week's weekly poll?
I don't know.
Of course we don't. This is what always stumps us here.
I know. I hate it. I don't know, James. I'm kind of horrible at this.
I don't know, Bob.
Except for the few days that I randomly am not horrible, but usually I'm horrible at it.
Like once a year, Bob's like, "Oh, I have a really good weekly poll."
Yep, exactly.
You just want to record the first half and then decide the weekly poll in the second once we get there.
Yeah, maybe we should do that.
I don't know. I've never thought of that before.
I don't know either.
That way, we're not waiting an hour just to think of a one-sentence weekly poll. All right, you ready to record then? Let me test my mic, make sure everything's working properly. I'm James. I'm enunciating
Bob.
very extremely. Hello?
Which
I'm
Halloween
James.
event are you most looking forward to?
Really?
I like that one. Sure.
I don't think you liked. I didn't think you liked Halloween events.
I'm
Everything's
just going by
working
Pam.
properly.
Pam said.
I'm James. I'm
I mean, it's a
enunciating
good poll.
very extremely
Maybe we should wait till it's closer, though. I don't know.
to Halloween. Yeah, I agree.
What park surprised you the most? That's not bad.
Except for the fact that it's awful. I'm just kidding. We can do that. I feel like we've done something along those lines before, but I don't really care. Let's just do that.
I don't care either. Let's just do it. Do it.
Let's do it live.
We'll do it live. All right. Let me reset my
Angel
recording.
eyes, I really love you so.
Oh.
Because I love you.
All right. You ready?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not ready. Hold up. I have to reopen all of these links that you sent, that you put here, so I can follow along correctly.
Hey, Travis.
All right, I'm ready now. Wait, I'm just here we go.
3, 2.
And welcome back, everyone, to another week of Coaster Talk. Oh, that was really loud. I started clipping there. And welcome back. I don't want to clip. I don't need to be screaming at these people. They haven't done anything wrong.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What happened?
What?
Apparently, if you try to delete audio that's not really there, Audacity is not pleased. All right.
That
Ready?
makes sense.
Yeah. 3, 2.
And welcome back, everyone, to another week of Coaster Talk Podcast. This is episode number 129. 129. We're getting to 130, Bob.
You might say we'll get there next week or something.
Wow, yeah, we might. Unless one of us decides to take the week off. But yeah, we'll get to 130 next week. And then it's 70 episodes to 200. That seems a bit odd to say. It really has been a while since we did episode 100, but it feels like that was just the other day, I swear. I remember having those conversations and laughs and
It
struggles.
kind of depends on the
with-
day. Some days I feel like, oh wow, yeah, that's been a while, and then other times I'm like, yeah, it's kind of been a while. Like makes it, I don't know,
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know, just like it's different.
hmm yeah, it can depend on how you're feeling, what you're doing. But I'm James,
And I'm Bob.
and you're listening to your source for everything roller coasters. Again, this is episode number 129. It's July 18th, 2021. Hopefully I didn't screw up the release date too badly. Sometimes I release it on Sunday night, but it's also Monday morning. So,
Yeah,
but that's only because
it's about time you admit that.
it is because let me just say why. It's not like I'm lazy all day and then I just start editing at night. I am working, and so there's a reason behind it. I used to when I was school and when I had time off, I was getting them out Sunday afternoon most of the time. But yeah, due to some work conflicts, it's been Monday nights a couple of times here in the recent weeks. I know you guys don't necessarily care as much because a lot of you start listening during the week anyway. It's like you're going to work and that's kind of your routine is to listen to the show. But just any of those that you expected on Sunday and you're waiting around, I do apologize. Sometimes it just happens, and I would be cautious that might continue just for the next couple of weeks in the summer here while I'm having a job. So once we get back into school year, I should be good Sunday nights to get it out.
You know what I did on Sunday while you weren't getting the podcast out?
What was that?
I went to Hershey Park.
Oh, a
My-
favorite of yours.
my-
I know.
Yes, that's why I moved to West Virginia. I'm just gonna start saying that. That's why I moved to West Virginia so that Hershey could be my home park.
Yeah, you didn't want to be in
Um,
Pennsylvania, but you're just close enough.
Right, exactly. Um, I got to ride Storm Runner. That's all that counts, really.
That's all that
Got
mattered.
to ride
Yep.
it multiple times. I have to say I was a little bit disappointed about something with Hershey.
I saw the tweet. I think that you're about to reference.
Yes. Everybody knows that Storm Runner is supposed to launch in the middle of saying go.
Yeah.
It no longer does that.
Mm.
And I mean, first of all, let's just acknowledge the fact that if this is my complaint about Hershey Park, they're doing a really good job.
Yeah.
But it just didn't feel natural. I just
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just want it.
hmm
It's like that's kind of what it's been known for. I don't know why
Yeah,
they
yeah,
changed
it's
it. I
just
don't
like-
understand the reason.
I see some people wearing the Hershey Park shirts, and on the back of Storm Runner, here we go. And whenever it's now get ready, here we go. Whooshoo! Like, it's just normal. And to be fair, once the one time I remember, one of the only times I rode Storm Runner, because I only rode it like 3 or 4 times, and that was in 2017. I'll tell a story, but I was sitting on the launch track, and all of a sudden my eye starts irritating, so my contact fell out, and I'm like, God dang it. So I'm like trying to put my contact back in my eye with like 4 seconds to go. I know it's coming. We roll back and now get ready. And I'm like, I'm trying to put it in, and here we go. And then my contact just went off, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna be half blind. So for the rest of the trip, I was. But yeah, I mean, that's just like I remember it, right? The right would go. That's when it's launched off. I remember that very well, very vividly. So that is a bit unnormal, not natural.
Yeah. I just don't understand the reason. Why did they change it? I mean, it literally says the same thing. It just does like there's like sound like thunder sound effects after it now.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
There is like a heartbeat as you like pull
Yeah,
out
yeah, yeah.
onto the launch track. There's like a heartbeat now.
I think that was always at least in 2017 when
Was
I went.
it?
Yeah,
I
that was
never
there.
really noticed it before.
Yep, that was always there.
Hmm.
At least
Okay.
as of 2017. Because that's the last
I
time
don't
I read
remember
it.
ever hearing it, but I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Sometimes I miss like little things like
Yeah,
that. It was
subtle.
actually
Mhm.
still hard for me to hear. But I did kind
Yeah,
of notice
it's like a
it. But
boom, boom, boom. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, I love that ride. I love Sky Rush too, but it was still down, unfortunately.
Oh, went. That sucks. It was down
Yeah.
early. I thought you guys got on it. I know it hasn't
No.
reopened now. Actually, that I think about it, but for some reason in my mind, you guys were riding it.
Oh, nope. That was not us. We did ride our couple rides on Candemonium, front seat by far.
Did you even attempt the
By
back though?
far.
Can we?
We did. We did.
All right,
We
that's
rode.
fair.
Daniel and I actually rode. I think Pam and the bulk of everybody had left by this time, but Daniel and I went up and we rode the front and then we rode the back. And I mean, the back is good. The back is a lot better than it was my first ride ever. It's a really solid ride in the back, but the front's just so much better.
I will tell you, I rode Twisted Timbers in the front and back, and still easily a back row ride for me as well. Not to say the front's not the same applies to Twisted Timbers. It's a really good ride in the front too. I mean, I will admit, I was more surprised with the amount of airtime I was getting in the front. I don't recall.
The thing about the front seat on Twisted Timbers, I think the 3 airtime hills are more intense in the front. Everything else is better in the back. And
yeah, I don't
the
know.
back is still really good on those airtime hills as well. So
The
I think
airtime
that's
was
the
definitely
thing.
good in the front on those 3 airtime hills. Very, very good. But I think the back still is like more out of control aggressiveness that I like from the back. Like it flings you up. The front you're going to get that airtime, but I don't feel like it's as aggressive and as
No, I feel like it's more aggressive in the front. Just on those 3 airtime hills, though. Everything else is better in the back, hands down.
well, we still disagree there, and we still disagree on Candemonium. I plan on possibly going to Hershey for a day trip, maybe on one of my days off. So that'll be something I attempt. I would really rather I'll get on Storm Runner. I do want to get on that again as well, and I also want to get on Skyrush again. So I really hope that opens before summer's end, so I can travel up there and get on those
Hershey's
rides.
usually really good about getting their rides back open.
Yeah,
So
yeah, but this
I
is
would.
I don't know. This is an issue that seems to be causing a little bit more work to be done. So it could be, a month delay. I don't know if late August I could do it, but hopefully they'll get it up in the next couple of weeks, and I can maybe travel up for the day and get on it. Worst comes to worst, I might just go up anyway without Skyrush because I've gotten plenty of rides on that. But it's a lot to go 5 hours and then not ride one of my favorite roller coasters.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. Let's get to
Wildcat
the
was
news,
also
though.
running
Oh,
really
you're
good.
running. Okay, you want to talk about Hershey still?
I just want to say
Just the
Wildcat,
little, the
still
little
still good.
drop there. Wildcat's good.
Yes.
Triggering
I
like
do-
70% of our audience, but
I don't care. Wildcat is a solid ride.
It
There
is. It
is
is.
a slight tracking issue, but I don't think it really affects the ride all that much. I think the best fix for Wildcat would be put PTCs back on it, but that's my opinion.
I liked Wildcat a lot when we rode it back last year.
I love it. I love Wildcat.
I love Wildcat. I still don't really get your Roar hype. Like, do I hate Roar? No. Do I think it needs to get RMC'd? No. It's fine how it is. It's definitely not crazy, but Wildcat I really do enjoy. Like, that's a ride I really do enjoy. So, yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely I can understand why you are so anti the hate that Wildcat gets because it definitely is not deserving of it at all. I don't really understand that at all. I definitely think it's become more of a trend and more of a movement than it is actually people riding it and not liking it.
It is. It literally is. It's just the echo chamber that's just like people are like, oh, everybody says it. I got to say it too. Oh, say it, say it, say it. No, just ride it. And like, don't look for bad. Because if you look for bad in anything, you're going to find bad.
It's bound to be there, yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. Wildcat is a fine ride. It's the same thing that people do with Grizzly King's Dominion.
Yes.
It's a perfectly fine ride. It's very, very fun. Some really good night rides. But if there's a constant rip on it, I don't understand the hate and the anger towards it. I mean, people get mad. Oh, this ride sucks. I'm like, how? How do you get off that and go, it sucks? I get off of it smiling and laughing. I
Here's
don't
the
get it.
other thing. If you don't like it, don't ride it. It's not like
Sure, yeah,
it's
exactly.
not like that coaster existing is doing you harm.
It's just, exactly.
Like
It's gonna
the
bring
people
my
that enjoy
downfall,
it, let
Bob. What are
them
you talking
enjoy-
about?
Right. Exactly. Like I don't understand enthusiasts. Like, oh, that I hate that ride. They should just tear it down. Why? There are people that enjoy it. Like the world does not revolve around just you,
Even
Mr.
if
Thuzy.
even if it's 50-50, that's still a good amount of people that like it. So yeah,
I don't care if it's 70-30. 30% is still like a big
decent.
number
Yeah.
of people. Like, I mean,
I mean, and the same can be
just
said for, and we hate to admit it, and I don't really want to get too. I mean, we've had definitely had this exact same conversation 30 times on the show before,
and
but
we
a
need
point
to
I do
have
want
it
to bring
30
up.
more.
Yeah, we're gonna have it, and more to come for sure. Episode 200, when it comes across, we'll probably be having it with whoever we have on, I'm sure. But the thing I do want to bring up is we don't like to admit this, but the GP have the same reactions to roller coasters that we kind of all assume that everyone likes. I mean, people get off. I've seen people get off Twisted Timbers and Timber 305. You know, the list goes on. I'm just referencing Kings Dominion as a home park, but people get off those rides and go, I don't like that ride. I've heard people say Twisted Timbers is too rough or I-305 is too intense. Like, there are people that don't like these rides that we just expect everyone to like. So just because you know a lot of people that might not like Wildcat doesn't automatically make it this ride that needs
Heck,
to be destroyed.
I actually think that there's more GP that like I-305 than there are enthusiasts that like I-305.
I don't know. I think everyone likes I-305.
I mean, the smart people,
The people
certainly.
I communicate with mostly like I-305. Yeah. I haven't really ran into enthusiasts that doesn't like it, but there are a lot of GP
Oh, I've
that
run
come off
into
of
a
that.
lot of enthusiasts that don't like it.
Yeah, I haven't had the pleasure, but
No, that's not a
but
pleasure,
yeah,
I
I know,
assure you.
I know. I haven't interacted with anyone like that necessarily. Other than, I mean, our friend Pam doesn't necessarily love it, but she respects it and still she doesn't like the intensity. It's too much for her. Um, but there are people that get off of some of these rides that we cherish and love and value and go, it's not good. So just because you know a few people, oh, I know 5 people that don't like Wildcat, that should make it be they should RMC it then. That's not how. That's
Yeah,
not
that's
sound
not how it
logic.
works.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've definitely gone off a bit. Bob went to Hershey Park.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Now
And
let's talk about
yeah. Now let's talk about some
a
news.
park that's in serious trouble,
Might
I
not be a
think.
park you can visit here very soon. I don't
I don't
know.
know if I'd go that far, but I know this park's not.
It's gonna have a
It's in
tough
some trouble.
time. I don't
So
think they're gonna close their doors forever, but that was a bit of an
yeah,
exaggeration. But
we're uh we're talking about the Adventureland in Altoona, Iowa,
yes,
not Lakemont in Altoona, Pennsylvania, but
yes, not
Adventureland
to be
in
confused
Altoona,
with Leap the
Iowa.
Dips.
Right. Leap the Dips, still a good ride after 120 years. The Rapids ride at Adventureland.
Bit of an
Yeah, I don't
update.
know.
We had a bit of discussion about the actual accident initially, right after it happened that week, and I think we brought it up maybe once more after the fact. I think we did, but
Yeah, for
a
those
bit of
that
an update.
didn't or need some catching up.
Yes, yes,
A
yes.
ride flipped
Yeah,
over
capsized.
on
Hmm.
the Rapids ride at Adventureland on I believe that was July 3rd when that incident occurred.
Hmm.
And it killed an 11-year-old, and
Injured.
his brother is still on life support,
Hmm.
or I'm not sure if he's.
Yeah, and the father was
Oh,
also
he's.
injured as well.
Oh no, he is on life support. Yeah, his father was injured. So the news that came out today
Yeah, the reason why we're revisiting this.
is that the raft that this family was riding on was put back into service not even 2 hours before this accident occurred.
Yeah,
It was pulled from service earlier that morning because of issues with its bladder, and it now looks like potentially that bladder is what caused the accident. That's not confirmed yet. They are still investigating.
yes,
It is an active
yeah.
investigation.
So,
But what they do know is that the raft immediately began taking on water as the ride began. So there was an issue with that raft immediately.
yeah, they said it was
Uh,
actually starting to scrape the ground
yeah,
of the attraction
they actually found
right out of
gouges
the
on the
right
raft
out of the gate.
bottom.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, there were marks from the raft.
So this, not, I mean, it's damning that it was just put back into service. But it's even more damning for the fact that this again shows that there was no supervision of this ride. Because if this raft was having issues that early and it didn't capsize until towards the end of the ride, there was certainly a lot of signs that certainly people trained on the ride that were supervising it should have caught if there were actually people watching
Yeah,
the
and
ride
that's again
versus course.
what we talked about initially once we talked about the accident. There needs to be more eyes on this ride, whether it's cameras or like those large towers that typically oversee
Right.
raft rides. So
But I think the thing is, this is even more damning though, because what we were talking about before was you need to have eyes on the ride for rapid intervention if
Yeah.
something occurs.
yeah,
But now
now
with this
yes,
story,
the
it
actual
actually looks
vehicle.
like the lack of supervision actually could have, like, if you would have had supervision, this accident
Could have
actually might have been
prevented.
prevented.
Yeah. Because you think I know all those water rides. I know you know this as well. They have those gates that can close and stop a raft from moving. So
Right.
had someone been watching and overseeing this ride in its course and seeing, oh, this raft is going under, it's hitting the bottom, we need to stop this ride. Let's close these gates off. There you go, right there. It's easy problem. Nothing of this has to occur. I mean, it's so simple, yet it seems like Adventureland had no intention of doing this ever. Like I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to prevent something like that so easily. I don't know if there's not cameras or what. I really want to learn more about
It's
this
making me
rapids ride.
wonder how many people were even on this ride, like working this ride.
Yeah, I want to know that. I really just want to know more about the operation of this ride in general, how they presented it to the state and how the state said, "Oh yeah, this is fine and safe." You know, like I want to from a technical aspect and from like a operational aspect here.
I mean, I think from a technical aspect, this is no different than any other ride.
Yeah, but there's no. I mean, they obviously don't have. My issue is
Well,
they didn't have any. No associate knew that there was even an accident occurring for
right.
a good
That
amount
and
of time.
see,
That to me says that there's some issue with.
well, that's an issue with staffing the ride. That's not saying that there's actually a problem with the ride,
No,
though.
there's not a
It's
problem. I
how
don't think
it's
there was a problem with the ride, but I think there's a problem with, like we've stated multiple plethora of times, with the observation of the ride. And I
yeah.
think
So
that
okay,
that could be like if there's not enough cameras, if there's not enough towers, and I don't know, but I would be
so
curious to see how they presented
that's
it and said,
okay.
how is this
That's
safe?
where what I was alluding to is a little bit different than what you were saying. Basically, like I've seen people pointing to the fact that it was just inspected by the state. So the thing is what does the state inspection entail? Does it include staffing parameters?
Mm-hmm.
And if it
No.
does, is this just a situation of it did include staffing parameters that just weren't being met? But that's the
Yeah.
thing. I don't necessarily know that the inspection is going to actually necessarily say, okay, you pass inspection as long as you have employees in all of these positions at all times. That may not be part of the inspection.
But also the inspection could state, and I would think this is it, like the bare minimum, right? Like this is the bare minimum, and that doesn't always necessarily mean that it's the safest at all times. Like, hey,
Right.
you're allowed to operate with 6 people on the floor, and we need people here, here, and here. We would prefer there's people over there, but that's not really a requirement due to blah 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 blah. All the details. I don't know.
Yeah, but we don't even know. I mean, Iowa's standards may not even
Nah,
say that. They may just look at the physical ride system and
I would
say, okay,
imagine
it's
that's
good.
more of what. But if they
And
had,
so,
that's probably what it would look like. Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
But that's why, like, the people that are saying, "Oh, well, I don't understand how this can happen if it was just inspected." Well, that really has nothing to do with
Yeah,
anything.
with staffing or with even like the level of training that these officials get. That's not really what at least in my experience, that's not really what state inspection is about. It's not about the actual like associate aspect of it. It's just like you said, how the ride functions, how it operates. is it safe? Looking at the vehicle, all of that is more
Right.
than like,
Exactly.
hey, are you gonna have a level, a level enough? Are you gonna have these associates at a high enough level to operate the ride? Not even that goes into the inspection, I don't think. So yeah,
Right.
I don't know. This is definitely a very tricky situation. I still want to learn more about the operation of this ride. I find that quite interesting because I think that, like you've stated and we've stated multiple times, I think this could have been an easy prevention, and it really is
Yeah.
unfortunate that it had to happen like this. Um, both for the family, mainly for the family, but for the park too, because the park is now getting this awful publicity, which they deserve, no doubt. I mean, they definitely deserve a lot of this. I'm not saying they don't, but had they been able to prevent it, then this wouldn't actually have to have happened. So I don't know. It sucks that this is how it played out. I think
Yeah.
for both everyone involved.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I mean, this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I
still
mean,
waiting on the lawsuit. I mean, I think
it's going to happen.
it's
I
gonna
mean,
happen.
I
I'm just,
honestly, I imagine they're probably waiting to see what happens with the brother that's on life support.
hmm
Um,
and I'm sure they were waiting for, like we just we just discovered today more of the actual investigation
yeah,
behind the ride.
yeah.
So I'm sure they're waiting on more details and what they can
This is
link to the ride and everything.
this really. I mean, it's nowhere near the level of incompetency. No, actually, it's starting to get to the point where it might be. But this is really, really getting reminiscent of the Farouk accident and all of the issues that went on there. I mean, of course, in that instance, there was a horrible design issue
Yeah,
that was occurring. So you didn't have that aspect of it here, but the negligence
it's
that
a different
seems to be
kind of
here is
negligence that we're
like,
seeing. Yeah, it's
well, I think Farouk also included this type of negligence as well. It just was really
well, that
bad.
was it was all across the table. For
Um,
this, it's like it's only coming at this aspect of, I think, understaffing, not training your staff enough, and then again, we don't know, I know I keep bringing this up, but again, how they were being, how they were able to observe the ride, what points and how were they capable of doing so, cameras or whatnot.
yeah, but it's just like it just feels like it. It just
Yeah,
feels like we're back at that that story and how it just kept playing out. And the more that we found out about it,
the
the more
more
we
it
went,
got
"Oh my
worse. Yeah,
God."
yeah, yeah. Definitely the news coming out that there was something wrong with this raft, I don't think is unimportant. I don't think that's something to be overlooked. I know
I mean,
I know that the state inspectors were like, well, we can't necessarily directly link it, but I think that there's definitely something at play there from that point that we've
I
learned
think,
now.
and I think that even goes more into the whole supervision thing is because at some point you're going to put those rafts back in service. You're going to repair them, put them back in service. But when you do, you should kind of supervise those rafts a little bit more. Like if you just repaired a raft and put it back in service, I think common sense would say, hey, we should probably keep an eye on that raft for a little while.
Yeah, make sure it's doing everything correctly and passing through the course correctly. Yeah, I mean, and you even have on most rides ways of tracking like the time it's getting back and all of that, making sure like it all fits the same as the other rafts and it's doing the same exact thing. And if it's not, if there's like, oh well, it's getting back 10 seconds slower or it's doing this or doing that, I
Actually,
think it's possible of.
I don't know. That would probably depend on the. See, the thing, the rapids rides are interesting because I've rode the rapids at Kennywood, and multiple
Mhm.
times I've actually been passed by rafts.
That has happened, yes, at
So
Kings
I
Dominion
don't
as
know that
well.
you could. Yeah, I
But
don't know that you could.
you
I
could
mean, you
still
should have
track
an
it.
idea, but like,
You could still track. I don't know if necessarily time would be the best parameter, but you can track its motion and throughout the course. Just make sure it's everything like we've said again. It's all about being observant of the attraction at all time and making sure that the raft that you just put back in is functioning properly and accordingly. I don't see that. I mean, I don't see that as being something that should even have to be brought up. I think that should just be, like you said, common sense. And
Yeah.
I think anyone that's just a guest could even assume, like, oh, they just put this raft back in. Let's watch it for a little bit and see what's going on. I don't think that takes training or experience. That should just be something that everyone kind of figures. It's the same thing. Hey, I just got my car fixed. Let's make sure it's, everything's working. You do a little drive around the parking lot, make sure everything's running well. I mean, that's what mechanics do. Make sure whatever you fixed is working properly. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know how this slipped by. Still, it really is just negligence and just
Yeah.
overlooking things that are safety concerns. So yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we've definitely talked about that story quite enough. Now it's time to talk about an interesting one. I was kind of interested in why you put this in here. I'm curious to hear if you have something to actually elaborate on this. I
Well,
mean, so what happened is Cedar
y-
Point removed its picnic pavilions outside of the park. So I do know that people are rumoring kind of that maybe an attraction could be placed in the spot of this, or something of that nature. But I mean, isn't that
yeah.
always the case with Cedar Point? I
I mean, it is. It's just kind of. I think
don't
the
know.
thing that's interesting
Yeah.
about this is the thing that there's two. I think there's two main aspects to this story. So
Yeah, I
for
read
those
it.
that don't know,
Hmm.
outside of the gates of Cedar Point, there were pavilions that were free to use.
Yeah.
So if you brought food and you left it in your car or whatever in a cooler,
Hmm.
and you wanted to go grab your food for lunch, you could actually go to this pavilion and use it because you weren't actually taking the food into the park.
Yeah, which is not allowed. Hmm.
Right. So I think the first aspect of this is this a oh, hey, see, now we're going to make it even harder for you to avoid buying food in the
Purchasing.
park, which
Is it another money grab?
I
Probably.
mean, it to some extent it has to be, right? I'm sure that played into the decision. It's like, oh
The
well,
thing, the thing that
these
that kind
people.
of makes me think it might not be is they left up a bunch of picnic tables still. So
Sure, but I mean, who's to say that that's not just the like, oh yeah, see, we left picnic tables. That's why we're not. It's
you
not a
think it's the
money
cop
grab.
out?
And then and then those picnic tables one by one slowly start
Yeah,
disappearing and
it's just one.
like, but I mean, the other aspect of it is you're in the sun now. Like, y- being in a pavilion is if it's a really hot day, you don't want the sun beating down on you sometimes.
Hmm.
And like, I think that's an aspect of it
So
because
now,
certainly you
if you
could
want
eat at
to,
your car, right?
hmm hmm yeah.
But you use the pavilion because you want to get out of the sun.
So
But
now,
now,
if you want to eat an AC shaded area, you have to go into the park. All right. I mean, I don't. I think some people will be deterred from going out in their cars and doing it. I think a lot of people will still continue. So I don't know if it's as successful as a money grab. I'm sure. I like you said. I do think probably did play into a bit of the decision they
oh,
made.
yeah, I'm sure
I'm sure it
I'm
came
sure
up
it did.
in the board discussion when they all talked about it. But but I think it has more to do with the fact that there's some people speculating that rides could be moved, right? I think that might be more of what we're looking at, maybe.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is kind of an interesting thing because the area that it's at,
Yeah.
um, it's kind of hard to put anything there because you're kind of surrounded by other buildings. It's not like really an ideal space. But some speculation is that the building that currently houses the one haunt attraction
Is Zombie High School.
might actually, yeah, Zombie High School might actually go as well. Um, if that happens, then this does kind of open up more of an area. I don't think this is looking at a coaster.
No, I don't think so.
Um, but
I actually like
maybe they're gonna move some flat rides there.
I actually like, I don't know if it's necessarily true, but I actually like the idea that this could be a relocation of some Wicked Twister midway attractions to kind of open up the area over there for, because I know people have been talking about expansion in that area of the park for a while, and maybe adding something
Yeah,
new over there.
I think that's where whenever the next coaster happens, and I'm not saying that that's happening anytime soon because I don't really know.
Bob just confirmed it
But
on Coaster Talk. It's happening tomorrow. You're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear it.
I have a feeling that the next coaster, whenever it happens, is going to go along the beach. You know, like kind of like where basically where Wicked Twister and Windseeker is now. Now, would they actually move Windseeker? Seems like that might be a struggle, but if they
Yeah.
were going to move Windseeker, this might actually be a good place for it.
Yeah, not directly on the wind, right, directly on the coast where it faces wind quite a bit. Maybe it actually could operate some more.
Yeah, who are you kidding? That thing's not going to operate more than half the season.
No, but maybe we could get
This
that.
thing's never
Maybe we could get
operating.
that 45% of the time it's operational, or 40% up to like a 50.
I mean, well, when you're that tall, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, I mean it's just a bad
Um,
spot in general, the peninsula. But I think in this area,
But
it's a little
even
bit more
even
inland.
King's Dominion's Windseeker doesn't operate because of wind. So,
Yeah, but that's
um,
very less likely to happen.
but yeah, I could see Wicked. I think Wicked Twister's going to go soon. I think that'll be the next one
Yeah,
to
I know
get
you've
the
been
boot.
speculating that and calling that one for a while, so we'll have to see if it actually plays out
It's
that
just
way.
in the way. It's in the way. And think about it. They've cleared everything else around that area. There's nothing left around it except for Wicked Twister and Windseeker. Everything else is
You
gone.
get the Ferris
They're
wheel, kind of in that area.
That's well, yeah, I guess, but I mean, the Ferris wheel's not. I mean, it's not like you just push it somewhere else.
If they move the
It's
Ferris wheel, we're in
they
trouble.
can
Wicked
move the
Twister's in
Ferris. I
trouble.
mean,
Yeah.
they've already moved the
But
Ferris wheel
if this
once,
is if
though.
like if in the next couple weeks they're like Cedar Point's moving their Ferris wheel over to the old picnic pavilion area in the Zombie High School area, I think we can pretty much confirm Bob's theory.
I don't know that the Ferris wheel would fit there.
I think
It's
it
a
would.
big Ferris wheel.
I think it would. I don't.
Mm, I don't know. I
I know. No, I know. I think it would. I think they could squeeze it in there, but that would make them have to remove Zombie High School for sure. So if they did that, then I'd say that we're doing that, and that like
Yeah,
that.
well, I mean, that's not gonna. That's I mean, in the scheme of things, that's a fairly easy move. So that's not gonna happen until whatever they need the space for is starting. Um, I mean, could they move Wicked Twister? Yes, but I don't see Cedar Fair moving an Intamin.
Yeah,
If they're taking it down, they're not going to put it back up.
let it
I
die,
just
let
that
it die, let it shrivel up and
that's
die. That's what they're gonna. That's
that's
their
pretty
motto.
much Cedar Fair. Yeah, when it comes to an Intamin, that is what Cedar Fair says.
That is their philosophy. Um,
I mean, this is the same park that didn't even move their Wildcat. They gave their Wildcat to Valley Fair and bought a new one
yeah.
when they wanted to move it to the other side of the park. I mean, who does that?
Bob, it's Cedar Fair. They do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, apparently.
um, no. All right. Well, that's about that story. Again, I don't know what we're looking at necessarily. It could be nothing. It could be something quite large. We don't know. But Cedar Point removing their picnic pavilion entirely. All right.
They're not
So,
removing it. It's gone.
well, it's been removed there. Past
It's
tense.
been removed.
Past
It
tense.
is no longer there.
Um, Disney announced a new show coming to Disney Plus.
I'm
This is
excited about this.
Yeah, I am as well. So there's going to be 5 episodes initially, starting streaming on the 21st on the Disney Plus streaming service, and it's going to be Behind the Attraction. So you're going to discover more about your favorite Disney rides. You're going to learn more about them. Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Danny Garcia, Brian Volk Weiss is in it. They're all got some really famous celebrities going to be a part of this series, and you're going to be diving into the behind the scenes of some of the greatest rides, at least theme park rides on the planet, which is is going to be exciting.
Yeah, this reminds me of the Imagineering story. To some, I don't think this is gonna beat Imagineering story because holy crap, was that a good series? Um, if you haven't watched Imagineering story, you need to go watch Imagineering story.
Hmm.
But this seems to be along those lines, except more focused on the actual thrill ride aspect of it, or well, not thrill ride attractions.
Yeah, rides.
I guess really, if you boil it down, it is kind of the same thing to an extent.
Hmm.
I mean, Imagineering was more of a broad sense of the park and everything as well.
Just
This
yeah.
is focusing more on the actual attractions themselves. Um, but it looks really good.
Yep, it
And
does.
I'm highly anticipating this.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be Galaxy's Edge, Tower of Terror, all of these rides, Space Mountain, just all these great rides, Jungle Cruise, all going to be looking
Yeah.
at how they function, you know, what goes into the theming, what goes into the operating, all of that, which is great. It's great, and it's cool. I mean, I like Dwayne. Dwayne the Rock Johnson's, he's a funny guy, and there's some good celebrities. So I think it's going to be a fun show. Yeah, I think it's gonna be entertaining to say the least. Hopefully, it's informative as well. Hopefully, it's not. I'm hoping it's not just gonna be this like cheesy brief look at all these rides. I'm hoping it's gonna be very in depth and thorough and like, look, here's the behind the scenes. Look at all this great stuff. Look at all these great stories we have. And we actually
I
look at. I
think you're
know I
really
don't necessarily think it's gonna
lucky.
be like they're not gonna be giving us the formulas and the mathematical
It's
equations and
not
all
going
of
to be
that.
a Travel Channel top roller coasters
I don't know.
segment
I'm really
on.
hoping it's not that.
Woo!
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping
Um,
it's not. That's all I hope for. I don't expect them to go into the depth engineering fields necessarily, but I do want to learn a good amount about these rides. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
yes. Um, Something that I would be looking forward to, except I don't know if I could attend or not, because yeah, it's time for another rant.
Oh boy.
But first, the announcement is
Side rant. I'm just kidding. No, no.
Kennywood has announced Luna Nights on July 20th, and what it is it's for pass holders to attend
You're not a pass holder, Bob.
an after hour. Well, see, that's what we're gonna get to.
I
But
know.
hold
I
on,
know.
let
I
me
know.
get this out first because
I'm
it's
just telling
coming.
you, Bob. I'm just telling you. Right up front, you're not a pass
Um,
holder.
so this sounds like it was a really cool thing, right? It's a total of 5 rides. This whole night thing. It's literally just Lost Kennywood plus Phantom's Revenge. So you have Phantom's Revenge, Exterminator, Black Widow, The Whip, and the Wave Swinger. That's it. Oh, and you have Little Patch for some potato patch fries, and you have the gift shop. That's what this entire event is.
That
But
doesn't sound bad.
I mean, yeah, it's decent. But the thing is, that was I think it's more like it was kind of broadcast as this. Oh, guys, you get to ride all the rides at night. And like the nowhere in the announcement
Hmm.
does it say that. You have to actually go to the event page and click on more and dig down deep, and that's where it says these are the 5 rides that are available. It just it's
All
kind of
right. So it's
misleading.
how they
Yeah.
how they marketed it, how they put it out there. Yeah, that's what you're mad about. Hmm.
Now here's the thing that I kind of alluded to this a little bit last year. Last year, yeah, last week.
You predicted it.
Um, but I wanted to give Kennywood the week to call me back. Guess what, James?
What?
I have not received a call from Kennywood or
Mm.
Palace or anybody to discuss the situation with my pass.
Oh,
Um,
man, nothing.
Nothing. I've received no communication from them at
Not
all.
even a screw you.
I mean, it's a screw you by admission.
Yeah, yeah.
So that kind of leaves me at this question. Since I have a platinum pass, but I processed it at Dutch Wonderland. Does that mean that I could go to Luna Nights or not? I don't really know. I have no idea. I have no idea if I could go or not because I know I didn't get my discounts. I got no discounts at the park.
Yeah, well,
The website, Dutch Wonderland's website says I get discounts. Doesn't say it. Dutch Wonderland only.
yeah, you're
but nope.
just not a Kennywood pass holder, Bob. I hate to break it to you.
I am. Yeah. Doesn't matter that I'm a Palace pass holder. It's not valid at Kennywood.
Yeah.
But if I take it to guest services, they'll print me a little paper that says that I can get in the park.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go on a busy day, that means that I literally will have to stand in line at guest services to get my little paper that says that I can enter the park.
You have to get your pass, even though you already have a pass.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's a terrible system. I mean, I really, really was dogging on SeaWorld, but man, they treat me well comparatively. I mean, that like
this is and you know what? This is the thing. Like, no matter what Kennywood does, Kennywood. Seriously, when I was in that park, I was like, you know what? The park looks really good. Ops are actually doing pretty good. People were nice.
Yeah,
it was
the park
better.
felt good.
And I'm like, you know what? There might be some improvements. And then they're like, gotcha.
Smacked
Screw
you right across
you.
the face. Yeah.
Like,
Wake
yeah,
up, buddy.
exactly. Like as soon as Palace starts like looking like there's going to be improvements, they're like, oh no, we just screwed you, and
Ta-da.
now you can go back to hating us.
Yeah, ta-da.
Like,
here we go.
I mean, they literally they put on such a big deal about these platinum passes. And they lied. They flat out lied about them.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't even I can't even understand where they're coming at from this now. Like, how do they how do they because I mean they know this is happening, right? I mean they can't not they can't they cannot be that ignorant.
I made damn well sure they knew.
Exactly. They know their system is in place, and they know it's failing. I mean they can't not know that. So why is it continue? I don't understand why there's no.
Here's the thing.
Oh,
like
sorry.
Guest Services pulled up.
Dutch Wonderland and I start communicating.
Idlewild's website. They're like, look, Idlewild's website says you only get your discounts at Idlewild. And I pulled up Dutch Wonderland's website and I said it does not. And I showed them it does not say that. Kennywood's didn't really say that either. Sandcastles didn't really.
So is it just a miscommunication with other parks? Like, is Kennywood just not communicating well with other parks? But this shouldn't be when it's a pass like of this nature. Just like Cedar Fair or SeaWorld, you know how they orchestrate it with the other parks. When you get a platinum pass or you get the big pass, whatever the pass may be that includes all parks, it just happens. It's just like it's just accepted. Yeah. And the other part is no big deal. Why is it with Palace that this has become such an ordeal? Like I don't know what it is, miscommunication or if
this is the thing that frustrates me the most is John Riley. Almost immediately, as soon as he took the position, he was at Coaster Bash and he talked. And somebody actually asked a question of Nick Paradise of Kennywood about, at the time they had the PA Parks Pass, which was a pass you could get that just included the Pennsylvania Palace Parks. And they were frustrated about how they weren't getting their discounts at different parks and things like that.
Yeah.
And later, John Riley got up and he said, I'm telling you right now, that is changing. He made it a point that was what he is going to put an end to that issue, period, because he was kind of infuriated to find that was the situation.
That was the case, yeah.
Well, guess what? It's still the damn case.
Yeah.
So
what the hell, John Riley?
And this is the thing, like the websites don't even know what to say about it. You have different things being said,
but more importantly, the associates don't know what to say about it. I mean, that's way more.
Half the associates thought I got all my discounts. The other half said, no, you don't.
Yeah, I mean that's unacceptable. How can you have a stance like that?
It's not like it's July. It is freaking July. I mean, it's not like this is like May at the beginning of the season and people are still learning. It's the middle of the freaking season. How do you not know this?
How do you have your
And
associates
furthermore,
sliced up into two
when you
different?
know that I'm upset, why do you not call me back? Why do you not email me? Why do you make no effort? I gave you a week. I didn't want to do this last week because I wanted to give them a chance. Well, it's been a week now. Nothing. I've had no response whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean,
That's just pathetic.
what kind of customer service is that? It's pretty much the worst you can do. At least if they got on the phone with you and admitted that there was an issue and that, they can't do anything about it. Even that's better than nothing, right?
They didn't even call me to tell me that I was wrong. Like,
yeah, they didn't even, yeah, exactly.
Seriously, I give serious
There's just
props
no
to the
effort.
people, like the employees that I talk to in the park. I give them major props. They were very professional. They were very respectful. They really seriously handled it well. But now my issue has gone up to the corporate level, and it seems to, we don't care.
Yeah.
Corporate does not care. That's how I feel right now.
Took
There
your,
were
they
some
took your
people
email and
who were
dragged it on over to
people in
the
the park.
trash.
Yeah, that's literally how I feel. Like, there were actually people at Kennywood that actually gave a shit. They actually cared. But now that it's gone up to the corporate level, we don't care. Because it's literally almost like the SeaWorld attitude of, well, they're going to come back to our park anyway, so why do we have to actually give them customer service?
Yeah. Why do we have to
And
appreciate
that is
and
the
treat our
problem.
customers
That's
well?
what this all boils down to is we still want to ride Phantom's Revenge. We still want to ride Apollo's Chariot. That's why parks just get away with this crap, because we still go.
It's time for the change. 2021 Coaster Talk. We're calling a boycott on all major. I'm just kidding.
No, I don't.
No.
I don't know that I want to start that, but
No, I wouldn't.
the
I wouldn't be
problem
able to
is that
participate.
I like
I just for a second there, I
parks
felt like we
have
were like
to
revolutionaries.
realize
Like the parks have to change.
they do. They do.
They do,
They
yeah.
have to. They absolutely have to.
Yeah, the ones that know who they are, right? The ones that do a great job. You guys are fine. Hershey, Knoebels, Kenny,
Yeah,
no, not
Holiday
Kenny-
World.
Holiday World. Yeah, I almost said Kennywood for some reason, even though that's literally the park we're talking about right now.
I miss when
The parks
Kennywood
that
was
we know
independent.
are doing well. You guys, we appreciate you, but yeah, there's definitely some poor customer service arise in the industry right now, and that definitely shouldn't be the case. You think this is an industry based on hospitality and entertainment and serving
Yeah,
your
exactly.
guests, and for some reason it doesn't always feel like that. Sometimes I
And
feel
the
like
issues
I feel
are
like I feel like
always
that's
at
a
the corporate
burden
level.
on them when I'm there. It's like this shouldn't be a burden for you guys that I'm at this part. I'm part of your revenue. I'm the reason that you operate. You shouldn't be upset with me or not treating me right based on what I pay. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to sound entitled. I'm talking about on the larger scale. Guests in general are
There's a difference between being entitled and getting what you pay for.
exactly. I agree. But some people will say, "Oh, he said entitled." A lot of people don't understand the concept of entitlement. Entitlement does not mean that you think that you deserve. Entitlement's more along the lines of you deserve certain benefits that not everyone else gets. This is a benefit that everyone should get. This is a benefit that I expect every guest that walks through the door of SeaWorld or Palace Parks to get. Just to be treated correctly and have given good customer service and leave the park happy and feeling great.
And that's the thing.
That's all I ask.
The parks do an amazing. The parks themselves do a pretty darn good job of that. But the
Yes.
corporate levels just the hell with the guests.
Exactly. I agree.
They don't care. They
and
don't care.
I agree, and that's what I'm saying is that you have a good time at the parks, but then when you're leaving, you're going because that's when it always happens. Like with Busch Gardens Tampa, and when you were at guest services, all of that. It's like when you're leaving, that all that greatness that came from the park kind of dwindles because you're thinking now, oh, but I got screwed. Like I didn't get my discounts. Bob isn't a pass holder at Kennywood apparently, even though he spent all that money.
Yeah.
I didn't get, the discounts that I expected at Busch Gardens Tampa. Like, I had a great time at Busch Gardens Tampa. It was a great park, but leaving, I felt not as great as I would if I just left, gotten my discounts, and just been able to look
the
back on the
problem
park
is,
experience as fantastic.
those people that gave you great customer service, their hands are tied by corporate.
Yep.
That's what it's all the corporate chain level. That's where it always seems to fall.
Yeah, and it's just because
Except Six Flags. Like Six Flags, you just expect a shitty experience. And
exactly.
Like it's just.
And then
like
when you get a mediocre one, you're like, wow, I had a good time.
They don't charge you like that much.
Yeah.
So like you get in the park, you
They could kick
so
you,
it's
spit
like,
on you, beat you
I
up.
paid $60 for the year. I expect to get shit on at that
Yeah,
park.
exactly.
But when I spend $200 or $300 on a pass,
And then
that's
don't
a
get the
different
benefits of the
story.
pass.
Yeah, and then don't get like, oh,
Yeah. All right. All
And
right. Well.
then,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
that was the one last point that I want to make is, now granted, if I had known that I don't get all these things across the board, I may not have bought the pass to begin with. But let's say I was going to, I would have definitely bought my pass at Kennywood rather than Dutch Wonderland.
Yeah,
Because literally, Dutch Wonderland, I'm stopping in the park to ride Merlin's Mayhem and then continuing on my way to Hershey Park. Like that's literally the extent of Dutch Wonderland. I'm not going to spend money there. Right, exactly. But it was the closest park, so I figured I might as well. I mean, they're all the same, so I might as well just process there, right?
But it's and it seems they're kind of pulling the
But
SeaWorld
if
thing.
I
Where,
would
like,
have
if you redeem at another park, you don't get the benefits of your home park. Like that annoys me. Mm-hmm.
And they didn't indicate that at all. Period. The only thing they indicated that was home park specific was the winter events, which I was aware of and I was okay with. But if I would have known that everything else, literally everything else is only for your home park, I get the one person told me my pass is supposed to give me literally parking and admission to the other parks, nothing more. Period.
Yeah, and it's like, hey,
Kennywood has free parking anyway, so
and you say that's where I would go. All right, well, what the heck is the point of this pass then? I mean,
it's to get admission.
Exactly.
That's literally
that's not why you purchased it though. I mean, you did purchase it to get admission, of course,
right, but exactly. But I wanted the discounts
exactly.
too. Like that's part
you
of
wanted those benefits. So in that regard, what's the point of the pass then? Like, why if you're going to call it this? What do they? Is it the Platinum Pass for them as well?
Yeah, Platinum Pass.
Platinum Pass gets you into every park, gets all these discounts. No, it doesn't. And that's the same thing with the SeaWorld Pass that I got them at to another extent given, but I bought a Platinum Pass. The tea table shows me, hey, go down to the Platinum Pass discounts 50 80, all these percentages, and then apparently you only get like this very small minuscule discount actually when you're not at your home park, which is ridiculous. So yeah, it's the same thing. Parks need to communicate better. That's literally probably one of the top fixes, I think, right now, it seems, in the amusement industry is communication with guests, public relations, communications, and then of course
and
basic customer service.
While I have my red Sour Patch Kid up here, let me just go on to this other story about Screamscape reporting Conneaut Lake is basically dead. There's a reason why we don't really listen to Screamscape, isn't there?
I think so.
So even though I agree with their assessment, they still managed to go completely off the rails. There's so much being said about Conneaut right now that it's just bizarre. So Screamscape is reporting that they feel that Conneaut Lake is basically dead. I concur. I think that's where we're going. I don't think there's much hope. But they're saying that they're in financial trouble, which is wasn't that the whole point of what happened? they also went into the. I mentioned this on our extremely long show, and you may have missed it, but like they went full tilt into the fact that the rides uh, are being sold off on usedrides.com, but usedrides.com, like I actually set up an account and I looked at them and they really feel fake. They also report that on eBay, one of the Tumblebug cars was being auctioned off. It was
Yeah.
being auctioned off by an account that is not even 2 months old and has never sold anything before. They've not gone in depth on any of this stuff. Um, it's like the echo chamber about Conneaut Lake is getting so loud that it's hard to actually focus on what's actually going on. So I just kind of wanted to like make a point to say, guys, there's a serious problem with Conneaut Lake, but be careful what you buy into right now because there's so much being said about it. And I think so many people are angry about the new owner that they're trying to complicate things and make it look worse than it is. That's the thing. Like, I don't understand this mentality of like, look, this is absolutely horrible. Let's make it look even worse so people pay attention. Like, you don't have to make it look worse.
Yeah, he's already made things
People
pretty dang
know-
bad.
People know this is a shit show. End of story. Conneaut Lake is a shit show right now. We don't need you going in making up stories to make it sound worse than it is because we're aware. Like, we don't need that. And you're not serving any real purpose by like listing rides.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think that there's the potential of Conneaut Lake is definitely dwindling. And the moment that they announce that they're not going to refurb Blue Streak, that's when it all dies. And I think that's a real possibility. I hope to God I'm wrong, but I think it's a real possibility. But this guy literally bought this park to infuse money into it. You can't automatically make the assumption of, oh, well, he can't afford it now. Maybe he's lost interest. That's a possibility. But I don't see him buying rides and then immediately listing them for sale. Like,
Yeah.
just use some common
I
sense.
mean,
Like, this is not
And
like,
he even said it's mind-boggling. Like, yeah, it is. Who would do that?
right, exactly. And
Who would
like, I
I
think
mean-
nobody would,
Yeah.
not even Todd Joseph. So just everybody be careful what you listen to.
Be careful what you fall for. Yeah.
Yeah, things are really bad at Conneaut Lake Park. It's just
Yeah.
bad.
Remember, you're
Just in general.
this is the guy that had the biggest rant in the history of the world, and that was
yeah.
in regards to Conneaut Lake. Remember that. So don't take this
Twice,
as he's
actually.
not being like apologetic or saying, "Oh, Conneaut's fine." That's not what he's saying.
No, I am definitely not saying there are serious problems there, but we need to actually like kind of pay attention to what's going on because there's a lot of people that are trying to make this look a lot worse than it is. And that's not to say that it's not bad because it's terrible. I just don't understand the motive. I mean, it's in my mind, it's clear that somebody is taking pictures of rides at the park and then putting fake listings on usedrides.com. You don't have. I mean, I could do that if I wanted to.
Yeah, and
I could list whatever. Like,
I mean,
it's a Hotmail address. Like, who uses Hotmail? Holy crap! Like, that's even worse than using an AOL.com email address. Like, come on. Hotmail is so like 90s.
yeah, that would suck
So,
if it's
yeah.
really true, and you're just shitting
Oh
on
my
Todd
God,
Joseph
I
even
like-
more, and he's like using a Hotmail account. He's like, screw this guy. Now he's coming after my email. Even my email is getting shit on by him.
Yeah. If all that actually was true, oh my God, things were so much worse than I expected.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really don't. I think the validity of those rides being sold I mean, he even made like Todd even made the announcement that the cars from the Tumblebug are going to stay there for decoration.
Yeah, and they haven't.
I don't think he's going to suddenly turn around and sell them. There's no value in that, and I think he knows there's no value in that.
I think the likelihood of that those sales are very low of being real.
Yeah. The biggest thing is that when that train was listed for sale, the first picture was literally a picture of a Conneaut Lake sweatshirt and hat
Yeah.
sitting on the passenger seat of a car. Why? Why would you
Yeah.
put that? The only reason why you would put that there is if you want to make people believe that this really is Conneaut Lake. Ironically,
And you wouldn't do
you're
it.
kind of showing your hand
Yeah.
saying, like, look, I'm an idiot.
I'm in a car. Yeah, and if it was directly from, like we're saying, the park president, or even from, a little bit lower level, possibly from someone he's employing, why would they do it in their car? Like they could have it set up like, here's a picture of the sweatshirt behind one of the rides or something, like, and actually make it look.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
here's a picture. Here's
Here's
a
my
picture of
car.
his
Here's my
sweatshirt.
Here's my car.
Oh my
You want to tour
god.
my car? I can sell my car
It's
too. 2002 Buick.
yeah, it's pathetic, and
It's a
I mean,
joke,
it's
yeah.
every now and then Screamscape I think comes up with one or two things per decade, but it seems like everything that comes off of that site is just like so exaggerated.
Yeah.
I don't want to shit on them too badly though. I mean, it's an outlet that you can go to and you can kind of assess, but you just the intent is you have to kind of use some reason in your thoughts on it.
Yeah, it comes across as sensationalism quite a bit down their site, like, and that can create good news stories sometimes. It's rare, but it can. But yeah, like you said, a lot of times it's
The problem is people go
no.
there with different expectations what they should be going there for.
Yeah, they
I
expect to
think
find.
that's what it boils down
I mean,
to.
there
Right.
are some good. I mean, he's done some good things. Like
Oh,
when when the parks were closed due to COVID, you had like a huge list accumulated there of all the parks that were open. Like there's definitely some good things to come across.
there definitely is. That's why I
Yeah,
really don't want to shit on them too badly, but I think the problem is like people go to that site acting as though it's truth and it's not. I don't even think they
yeah.
mean anything to be truth. Like they're
A lot
like
of times they'll straight
it's
up say it's a
literally
rumor or it's
right,
not
exactly,
confirmed.
and
Yeah,
people
and then
just kind of ignore
well, I
that.
found
Like,
this on
oh, news
Screamscape.
and rumor.
But
It's
it's good when I think, or when the site sticks to straightly factual information, like, oh, this opened, this closed, this is now operational, this is room. Like when it starts getting in the rumors and the opinion of subjects, it starts to get like, I don't know. I get
I don't
kind
know.
of
I mean, it's supposed to be a rumor site, so it's just the intent of what you go. I think everybody goes there with the wrong intentions. I think that's the problem with Screamscape, which really I guess isn't really even Screamscape's problem, but it's more of a enthusiast problem, I guess.
all right.
Anyway,
Yeah, all right. We got two different takes on that, I think. um, Six Flags Magic Mountain. Tragedy struck. Again, I swear it's like every other week there's some large incident, and there's smaller ones out throughout the week as well. But these large incidents seem to keep to be reappearing in the amusement industry. I don't know what's going on. I swear I tweeted out like a while ago, and I was like, I think God might be mad at the amusement industry.
yeah.
And I still hold true to that. Like I think it's still like I don't know what's going on. I think it's a mixture of new associates coming in that don't really know. I mean, that's just true. I mean, there's a lot of younger ride operators now, more inexperienced ride operators coming in, which I think can add to this. But I think there's also maybe maintenance issues. I don't know, but this isn't really that. But with all the other issues, I think that might be a case. This is just honestly, this incident isolated is just, I think, not to call out the individual injured necessarily, but I think this is just a little bit of negligence on their part.
This is
So
kind of just a whole weird situation, though.
yeah, so Full Throttle at Magic Mountain, the launch premier roller coaster, um, had an incident. There was a young woman who had her foot out of the vehicle, the ride vehicle, and subsequently got her foot caught between the platform and the train itself, breaking her ankle. Um, it got stuck in there. They had staff members on the platform who were trying to help her out. I think they had to call um, the EMS and fire departments in, and they had to get her foot out. I don't know how they necessarily did that. I don't think that's actually been released quite yet or at all. At all. But yes, what's interesting about this to me is that there are actual safety guards, I believe, on the restraints as well as on the side of the cars that are preventing your legs from extending. They're not necessarily as constricted as like the RMC shin guards where you literally can't move your legs anywhere, but they still have those attached to the restraints. And then they also have like a little side piece of metal that's like sticks upward and kind of blocks your feet from just kind of slipping over the edge of the vehicle. Like it's there to prevent this. You can clearly see it. And her foot is over that. So, and then on top of it, thirdly, you have Spiels playing nonstop, especially at Six Flags parks, hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, please. Remain seated, blah, 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 blah. They have all those spiels always, I know, like on the TVs there playing and like safety protocols they have set in place. So I definitely think it has to be disregard for safety from the actual individual. I don't think this was at all any of the park associates' faults or anything of that nature. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe something happened that we don't know of, but I can't see this being an associate issue or just the ride in general having an issue. I think this is definitely just she took her foot out. The ride came back in from the brake run. She continued to extend it from the train, and then once it slid into the station, bam, foot caught in between lodged between the platform and the vehicle. Which honestly, I know you said you weren't as surprised about the injury. To me, it looked a lot more severe than just a broken ankle, but
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. I've seen maybe it's just because I've seen a lot worse when I rode on the fire truck and drove the ambulance and stuff. Um, but I mean, you could tell that like obviously her foot's in a position that it should not be in, but at the same time, you could kind of tell just by the way her foot is positioned that there was room under the platform. So it wasn't so much a crush as it was just getting wedged. It's more looking at it from a physical aspect. I mean, it looks horrible. I mean, if you just first look at it, it looks horrible, but if you just kind of pay attention to the way her foot is positioned, you can kind of tell that it was more just like her foot got twisted in an unnatural position, but like it wasn't like there was like it's all like the platform kind of like hangs out over. It's really hard to explain audio.
yeah.
I wish that for a podcast, if we had video, it might be a little bit easier. But like you could kind of tell in the video that like there's like a cavity under the platform that her foot is like where her toes would actually be hanging out to. Um,
Mm.
I don't know. That's just you know that's kind of what I expected. And plus, there was the absence of blood and stuff like that. I mean, if there was blood, then obviously it'd be a different scenario.
Yeah, and not much more came from it. She got off the ride. Her foot was greatly injured. Obviously, she broke her ankle, but uh, nothing too severe, really, other than that. And yeah, after
Actually, did you where did you? This article doesn't even mention the broken ankle, or does it?
should if not, I saw that on another
There was
article.
another source for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I definitely read that that wasn't something I just made up. Trust me. Yeah, I
Oh no,
definitely.
I was
Yeah,
just
well,
wondering where it came
that'd be
from.
something I could do. Maybe like, oh, maybe they broke their ankle and then just kind of go along with it. No, this is actually something I read. But yeah, yeah, I saw this actually originally on. I saw the day it happened on TikTok. That's where this got really popular. It has over like 1 million likes on TikTok, and it was really like concerning to hear. Like you can hear people screaming, and you can hear the like employees kind of freaking out. Like at first, I was like, "Oh God, another roller coaster, TikTok or YouTube video that's gonna be a bunch of nonsense and malarkey." And then I was like, "Oh wow, no, it's actually really stuck in there. It's really stuck. Like this is for real." But yeah, it's great that they only suffered minor injuries. It is. I'm glad. I'm glad because truthfully, I'm going to Magic Mountain next month, and I'm glad it wasn't anything like way bad, and they had to shut down the ride and investigate and
Well, it does say it's still down for
it
investigation.
does, but I think it'll be up sooner than
Yeah,
a
hopefully it
month.
will be.
I mean, I don't think there's much more to say other than she probably stuck her foot out coming back in, which I still don't. So Alex, one of our friends, brought up the point that hey, they probably could have just stopped the ride, which I actually agree with. I don't know how this. I think this ride comes actually into the station. I initially thought it came back in like to like a rolling stop, kind of like it was like screeching. I thought it kind of like was coming through. It's going really fast, and all of a sudden it brakes in the station. But it actually comes in kind of slow, and there is a brake system there. So had someone just let off of the dispatch button before it got into the station, it would have this ride system would have stopped it. So I guess technically you could say, oh, well, the associates would have done something, but that's not something like we said. Like I said, there's multiple safety systems in place to prevent this. So that's not
Oh,
something you expect to be happening. So I
I
can't
mean,
necessarily put the blame on the associates. I don't think when
I
there's
don't know.
leg guards.
I mean, I've never operated a Premier Rides. Like, I don't know how that works. And I assume you haven't either. Like,
No.
you don't know how the system actually works on that particular ride. I mean, everything's different.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, some rides like you hit an e-stop, it'll stop dead like right away. Others will just kind of drift to what they assume is a safe position. You know, you don't know what the actual programmed response would be anyway. Maybe they did hit the e-stop and that's just where it resulted.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't think it would go all the way back into the station. If there's an e-stop, I mean that could cause an issue. Like I think an e-stop would say like stop. I don't. But that's the thing. I don't think this required an e-stop. Like I don't think her foot being off of the ride. They probably wouldn't have thought, oh, that demands an e-stop. I think they would have just stopped it regularly because what I know to be how at least a few the roller coasters that I've interacted with and seen operate with like the dispatch. You have the dispatch button, and when you let go of it, the ride just stops right there.
Yeah, but
So that's not necessarily an e-stop. If they did e-stop it, I would hope it would just stop. But maybe
that's
it
not.
wouldn't.
But that's also not necessarily how all roller coasters operate, though. I mean,
Yeah.
different manufacturers have different ways of doing things, and you don't know. You can't say for sure that that's how that particular ride operates.
No, I can't. So it's possible. I would think. I would think that it could, and I would hope that it could, but maybe not. Maybe the associates couldn't have prevented that. If they could, though, even if they could, my point remains. I don't think that's still on them because that's not something you expect.
Her leg
It
was
shouldn't.
out. Yeah,
It shouldn't
it's
be.
not.
It shouldn't be out in the first place. And again, it's not something that it's not something they would look for constantly. Like if this was a ride that didn't have those kind of restraints and didn't have that feet guard, maybe that's like, hey, and make sure when people come back in the station that all limbs and are back in the train. Like that's something they would tell them as they're training them. But that's not something that you can be prepared for, or trained for, because that shouldn't be happening with a ride that has restrictive restraint system in place. So
Right.
yeah, that's what happened at Six Flags Magic Mountain over the past week. I think it was like July 10th that this occurred, or 9th or something like that. So yep, we have a link in the bio again for all the news we've been talking about. If you want to follow along or read any of the stories that we were discussing earlier, always look for the show notes. Remember the show notes, because some people will message and be like, "Oh, what were you guys talking about?" or "Where was it at?" or whatever, and It's always down there. Everything we talk about is always down there, just for future reference. All right, well, that does it for this first part of the show. We're going to move on to the second part here. Right now, when we get there, we're talking about our favorite roller coasters. We're actually going to go through our top 40 list. Don't worry, it's not going to be hours of top 40s. We're going to get through our lists. We're going to talk about why we like them. We're going to make it as quick and painless as possible. I know we're going to get in some debates, I'm sure, but there will be some of that, of course. So I know some of you are looking for that
What?
conflict.
You and I debate?
Some of you are looking for that conflict. Some of you might be dreading, like, oh God, they're talking about it. We're going to find a happy medium there for all of you that are maybe on edge about what's happening in the next week, in the next half of the show. And then we're going to also bring up the audience top 25s. You guys send in some of your top fives. We'll discuss some of those. We'll correct them for you. And then we have some details about the Coach Shark Podcast photo contest, which occurred, which is ongoing, not occurred. It's ongoing. But I did release the website for that, so we'll talk about more of the details of that coming up in the second half of the show.
This is 129, right?
Won't you play? This is 129, yeah. Somebody done somebody wrong song and make me feel at home. Well, I miss my baby. Well, I miss my baby.
Things were getting long. I didn't think that the Big Bad Wolf and Loch Ness Monster things were that important. I mean, I was kind of, you didn't really give your input. I was kind of, that's why I did a strike through. I was kind of hoping you were just asking me. And
wait, what'd you say? Sorry, I just got a response from OK Coasters about, he just responded about doing the judging of this.
That's fine. I was just saying we were starting to get long, and that's why I thought like Big Bad Wolf and Loch Ness Monster wasn't.
No, that's
that
fine.
big of a
I just
deal.
didn't know if like you crossing it out meant like let's skip it, or like let's
Well, yeah,
just cut it out. Like let's go to like okay.
Yeah, that's what. Well, so my intent was I was hoping that you would either unstrike through it or just delete it, like kind of confirm whether you agreed with it or not.
Okay,
But I didn't like. I don't know. I was just kind of thinking on the fly.
that's fine.
Oh, I'm tired. Oh. I love how our live chat just like has their own conversations. and I just talk to myself. No, they're like we're like talking about stuff, and then they're like having their own conversation.
Cooking by the book.
Yep.
I love how they just drop by and then leave. Like all, it's just in out. Cooking by the book. Bye.
I think he just listens to us so they know what to talk about. They stole all their stories from us. No, I don't know that.
Do they record before us or after us? Do they record at the same time? At Thursday nights?
Yeah, like well, I don't think they do a live stream, so it's
Oh,
like
they cheat. Yeah, they
it
listen
could
in.
be whatever.
They stop
Yeah.
recording in the middle of like their news.
They're
And
like,
they're like, all right, what are the
oh, we're
Christian
out of
talk
things
guys?
to talk about. Let's go.
Are you only delay? I don't know. You could also not be delay.
I don't know where the closest Sonic to me is. I know there's one in Fredericksburg. Or not. Yeah, Fredericksburg.
There's Sonic closer than that, is it not?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't go to Sonic that much, but I know I have a bunch in Richmond, I think. Yeah, there's 3 in Richmond. Hey, won't you play? Well, there's one in Manassas, so that's definitely closer.
That must be new. There's one in Hagerstown and one in Winchester.
Yeah, you guys only have Dairy Queen and Five Guys.
Who, Martinsburg?
Yeah,
We have Dairy Queen everywhere.
we got a couple. Yeah.
Yeah. Martinsburg has 3 sheets too. There's literally 3 sheets in Martinsburg. It's awesome.
You drove into Martinsburg and you're like, I'm home.
Yeah. The problem is though, none of them are on a normal path for me. Like I don't drive right by any of them.
There's
What is a Freddy's?
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in Richmond.
What, Sheets or Sonic?
Sheets.
Oh, I hate fasting for blood work. 20
Really?
bucks?
I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah, Kennywood made me a little bit angry. I actually had faith that they were gonna call me. Actually call me, but no. They said, "We don't care about you."
They said ba 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 Baran. Ba 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 Baran. I actually am gonna go get my snack. Not gonna lie.
All right.
Now that we talked about food, I'm actually very hungry. And I need to eat before I have an argument with you about why Steel Vengeance should be 20 spots higher. I'm just kidding.
It's probably about accurate. Are there where is the closest sheets to you guys? Is it just like Richmond area and they stop? I was hoping you'd get that, Cam. The F.
Ah.
Wow, there really are no sheets outside of Richmond. Like Norfolk, like nothing.
Are you looking at it?
Yeah, I was just looking at the map. I think are they in North Carolina? Yeah, they do have some in North Carolina, but not Outer Banks area. Oh, which surprises me. It actually really does surprise me they haven't opened any in Outer Banks.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't.
No, mainly, the main reason why I say that is they. Holy crap! There's a ton in like the Raleigh area. There's sheets everywhere. Greensboro, Winston Salem. Sheets all over North Carolina.
They don't go south, more south than North Carolina, it looks like.
What's that?
North Carolina is as far south as they go.
Yeah, it is. I did know that.
They go out to Ohio.
Yep. They just started in Columbus.
They just barely miss Kentucky.
Well, it's a state thing.
Yeah.
They have to register in the states, so
Yeah, I'm just saying it's like they're right on the edge there in Kentucky.
remember somebody on social media was like, "Oh, I wish we had Sheets in Delaware." And Sheets responded, "We're never going to Delaware." You know, they're not in New Jersey or New York either, right? Yeah. Oh wait, there is one in New York.
Mm,
Like
this is the map.
right across the line. Oh no, it's not. It's right on the border. It is actually in Pennsylvania.
This is the map I found of all operating sheets.
Oh, I'm on their actual website. Anyway, what I was saying about Outer Banks is usually like Pittsburgh things show up in Outer Banks because Pennsylvanians, especially Pittsburghers, descend on Outer Banks through the summer.
You think more than other areas?
I think it's highly possible.
I know a
I don't know that for sure, but
insane amount of people from my area go to the Outer Banks. All my friends are always at the Outer Banks, and I hate it because I don't really like the Outer Banks that much. They're always down there, and I'm like, no, I don't really like it down there.
well, yeah, but they don't go. They don't go on vacation there.
Pittsburgh? You mean they moved there? Is that what you're talking about?
No. Like from your area, they do they like they'll just drive down for a day or something from Richmond, won't they?
No,
Like
they'll go
they
on like
actually
week. Yeah,
they actually go on week vacations? Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
I mean, it's still it's like 4.5 hours from Richmond still. So
I mean, I've gone to the Outer Banks on a day trip from Northern Virginia. It sucked, but it was for a pinball tournament. But like, still, it was like. Then I did horrible, and I was like, my time would have been better spent on the beach.
so has Edon done anything else pinball wise? Like, I know he was in that. What was he? He was like the finals for.
He was the Virginia State champion.
Yeah.
Um, no, because everything's been shut down. IFPA literally just started sanctioning like a week or two ago. Maybe 3.
Don't lie to me, Bob.
Oh no, they haven't yet. There's IFPA to resume sanctioning events August 1st.
You lied.
I did. They announced it on June 7th, though.
Here you had me ready.
Oh, June 7th, not July 7th. So, yeah, so I was wrong on all points. Don't mind me. I was thinking July 7th, but no, I was way off.
No. Is Edon on this world record breaking? I mean, world
Oh, yeah,
player rankings.
we're all on it. I'm on it somewhere. Let me
How do you see the
find.
full list? I should just see the top 25.
You can under players at the top. You can do a search. Edon is 472nd.
Is that impressive or?
I'm 3,129th.
Out of 78,000 people, that's pretty good. That's like the top 1% still.
What? Edon? Yeah.
No, you.
I mean, oh, me? What? Oh, yeah, I guess. But that's like, I mean, that includes like everybody that. Actually, it includes some duplicates too. Because I'm actually on there twice.
You cheated?
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
no, some tournament actually put me in as a new player and I wasn't.
And you're not ranked.
Yeah. I mean, they fixed it. I emailed them, they fixed it. So that's why that other Bob Mertz has nothing.
How did
Because they
Edon
moved.
become the Virginia State champion? Is there like an actual? How do you do that?
So you have to you have to play in so many events in Virginia, and then like you have to be on the rankings, and then like the top so many players actually go to the state championship playoffs. So it's weird too, like you could be, it's not necessarily where you live. Is Pam literally just now responding to my question about sheets in Richmond? Wow.
That literally all the jokes we made and the
Anyway,
she'll respond in like 20 minutes and be like, "No, I wasn't."
that's not delayed. She's like in another time zone.
I don't know. I think this
Um,
might actually be the worst it's ever been. Honest, that was like 15 minutes
I,
ago.
that was really bad.
Maybe she's just randomly saying Richmond, like when we're talking about Penguins.
Just randomly.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's not about like where you live. It's based on where you play. So
She said,
like even
"Sorry,
though I
fell
live in West
asleep."
Virginia,
What is that?
I don't understand how that works either.
Yeah. When she goes to sleep, her computer's just like, ah. She's Pam is asleep. Pause the video. So what were you saying? It's not about where you live. Sorry.
Yeah, it's where. So if you wait, where's? Oh, there's not any. So normally, like if you go to my player profile, normally you would see on the left side, you would actually see you would actually see rankings in states. So like mine for a while had Virginia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. So like it showed where I ranked in those states. That's based on the championship. So like say I did really good on events in North Carolina and didn't do so good in Virginia, I could actually still end up being the North Carolina state champ technically. I mean, logistically, that would mean I would have had to play a lot in North Carolina, which isn't going to happen, but like it happens a lot like in my like in the DC area, like Edon could have very easily become the Maryland state champ too. Well, you're limited to one state, but like that,
I get the
like
point.
my point is, it's like so.
It's just where you play. It can
Yeah.
depend on where. Yeah. You lost Edon. So do you track all this yourself, or does like other people?
No, this is all the leagues and tournaments. So when I register,
So when you play casually or for fun, it's not at all included in this.
no, my league is, but not the like if I just go play a game with you, no, that has nothing to do with this. Like you'll see, oh yeah, if you go
Why is this?
under my profile, you'll see league like FSPA,
Yeah, I see it.
Ocelot Brewing League.
Mhm. So why is it specify the flipper? Why is it IF? Why isn't it just IPA, International Pinball Association? Why isn't
I don't know.
it? Okay, good. I was like, is it really?
I guess IPA is a beer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
God knows we can't reuse acronyms. RMC.
But it's interesting how
So what's the
things
difference
work
between
out too.
ranking, rating, and F%?
Yeah, I don't know. That's like, well, ranking is just your outright
Yeah, I know
ranking.
that. What is at rating? Why is it
Um,
rating an F%? What is that?
so I used to know this somewhat. Um, rating is like, I don't know the specific, I don't know how to explain the specific formulas of this, but if you look in my on my pro, and actually, I will let me share the link to the chat in case anybody else is trying to follow along what I'm saying. um, if you look like the 20 tournaments that are used in my rankings, there's a value on the right side.
Uh-huh.
So that value comes from the basis of the people that I was playing against. So, for instance, Edon is rated higher if he was in the tournament that I was playing in, the value of that tournament actually gets higher. And that's based on the rating.
Okay, so what is the rating based on then?
It's based on your performance. So
In
like the better I do, the better my rating becomes, which makes tournaments that I play in more valuable.
so then ranking doesn't have any. Is ranking included in that when you talk about the value?
No, because ranking is literally just a
Win loss kind of.
numerical standing where rating it takes into account all of these other factors.
So rating is more important than really. I think it. If we.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is in a sense. I think the difference is it's like I think rating may also be more based on activity, like how many events you're playing in. So, like let's say if I was a really really good pinball player, but I only played in like a couple events, I think my rating still might be higher, but my ranking would be lower. So yeah, I guess rating. I don't know. I tried to figure out all this. The math involved in this is just so like
Wanky.
it's it's
And do you know what
it's
F% is
insane.
at all or no?
What's that?
Do you know what F% is at all or no?
No.
All right. All right. Do you want to talk about I mean, do you want to start the show?
We can.
All right, Bob, I'm ready when you are.
Hold on, I was looking at.
Ongoing, not occurred. It's ongoing, but I did release. Going, but I did release the website for that, so we'll talk about more of the details of that
all
coming
right.
up in the second half of the show.
What is crispy, juicy, and tender?
Oh,
Dude,
I thought that was a
not
question.
want to know? Well, I
I
mean,
was
it
about to
was a
say
question.
something. Yeah, I thought you were asking me though, like you as a riddle or something. What is crispy, juicy, yet tender? I think we know the response I was going to
All right.
give.
Ready?
Sure.
3, 2.
So every, I'd say, 4 to 5 months, maybe 6. Maybe it's biannually. We
Maybe
kind of
7.
or 8, 9.
Maybe could be 9.
But I'd say biannually we sit down and we talk about our ratings. And honestly, it's some of my favorite moments that we have because we both have such a different take and outlook on a lot of rides. We have a lot of similar ones, of course. I mean, I think most enthusiasts have at least a couple of similarities and differences in their lists, but we definitely have different takes, I think, in general, more so than the average. Because I know, like, when me and Timmy compare lists, it's a lot more of like, oh, yeah, same. So I like that when we do these, it's a little bit more, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but it's just a little bit more different. We have just different takes.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah. So we're gonna go through our top 40. But again, don't worry for those of you that are like, oh God, here we go. They're talking for an hour and a half, 2 hours about their lists. We're gonna get through these really quickly. Only really talk about ones that really are controversial between the two of us, and then we're moving on. So without further ado, number 40 for me is Behemoth at Canada's Wonderland. It's a great B&M hypercoaster. Love it a lot. Not much more can be said. I think a lot of people enjoy it.
Number 40 for me is Jackrabbit at Kennywood.
Oh wow, that's a lot further down for me, but I can respect that.
It's a good ride.
Yeah, number 39 for me is Switchback at ZDT's, the Gravity Group.
Oh, I want to ride that.
Very, very good. And it amazes me, not to spend too much time on this, but it amazes me that you think that and Kentucky Flyer aren't necessarily too drastically different. I think Switchback is a little bit faster, a little bit taller, but in terms of the design of the ride, they're pretty similar. And it just amazes me that how much better Switchback is. Like, Kentucky Flyer actually grew on me this past trip, but Switchback is just so incredibly insane. So I love it. I love it a lot.
And number 39 for me is Mystery Mine at Dollywood. Purely theming. Theming makes the big difference here. I mean, the ride's decent enough, but you add the theming and it's just spectacular.
It's my number 74. I just found it. But yeah, I love it a lot too. It's a very good ride. It's a very good ride. I love riding it when I go. My number 38, Wicked Cyclone, Six Flags New England. That is people don't realize, for me to put an RMC that low, it's pretty shocking. I don't think I have any. Actually, I do have a couple of lower, but a lot of RMCs for me are a lot higher. Wicked Cyclone it was very good. It just wasn't. I don't know. It wasn't all that I was hoping it would be. The first 2/3 of the layout are great, and the last 1/3 to me killed the ride.
It used to be all great when it was just Cyclone before Six Flags got their grubby little hands on it.
Well, don't mistake what I'm saying as it's a bad ride though. It's still in my
I
top
know.
40.
No,
It's
I've never
still,
been on it,
yeah.
but
Well, I just don't want you to think like it is still a really, really, really good ride, and I've heard it's running better now. You know, they change wheels, they change certain aspects of the ride, and then from one year to the next, it'll run differently. Um, but I want to get on it when it's running at its full potential. Maybe it'll change my mind, but that's where it sits for now.
my number 38 is Lightning Racer at Hershey Park.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Let me see where that's at on my list. If I can find it, I know it's on there. I don't know where it's at. It's definitely lower on my list, but it's up there. It's a good ride. Good GCI. My number 37, moving on, is Candemonium at Hershey Park. So same park. Um, really good beat 'em hyper. Really enjoy it. The back row is where it's at. and uh, and yeah, I like the ride.
My number 37 is also a B&M Hyper. Intimidator at Carowinds. I-232.
Yeah, there's a ride we disagree on quite a bit. It's my number 85. Intimidator's it's good. It's just not anything spectacular. I don't think at all. I've gotten like one ride on it where I was like, wow, this is really, really good. And then every other ride since then has been purely mediocre. So I don't know. That's just my take on the ride. But I will say that one ride I got on it was excellent. And if it ran consistently like that when I rode it, maybe it would be up there a little higher. Moving on, 36, the Raven at Holiday World. Really, really, really love that ride. Excellent, excellent little ride.
The interesting thing is, my number 36 is Legend at Holiday World.
Oh wow, that's coming up for me, but I do have it above Raven, which
Oh,
is hard for me
Raven's much
because
higher on my list.
initially on my first trip to Holiday World when we first went me and you together, and then even last year when I revisited, it consistently stayed Raven better than Legend, but this past year, man, that changed. 35 is White Lightning at Fun Spot Orlando. I think I mentioned this when I went to the to Florida like a few months ago or a month ago. Um, it really felt like rewriting it and rewriting it and rewriting it. The more I wrote it, the more I got used to it and settled in with it. It reminded me a lot of Phoenix at Knoebels. It's short, it's not fast, it's not long, but it packs a punch and has some really good moments of ejector. Um, I don't know, I mean, not in the sense that it doesn't feel the same necessarily, but I don't know, just the way it moved and the way I was riding, I really was like, wow, I kind of feel like I'm getting that Phoenix ride right now.
So, number 35 for me is Roar at Six Flags America.
Mm.
Stay away, RMC. Need not apply.
Yeah, I don't know where that's at for me. It's definitely way further down though. Um, oh my gosh, it's my number 104. Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind it, but I don't know. It's not my cup of tea. I tried again this weekend I mean this past week when I went, and I was like, I just I don't know. It's not bad for sure. Number 34 for me is Lightning. Oh well, whoa, Legend, the Legend. Now we've gotten to the Legend. Um, I know I put it above Raven, and that disappoints some people, but I don't know. The laterals I got on it at Hollywood Nights were driving me crazy. They were insane, and it's just it's so aggressive.
34 for me is Thunderbird at Holiday World as well.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's I think a little bit lower for me, maybe. Yeah, it is number 45. But there's a B&M. There's a B&M.
It is.
Love to see it. Number 33, Batman the Ride at Six Flags Over Georgia. I cannot express to you, Bob, how nuts this ride is, and I'll tell you how nuts it is because the fact is I used to rank the B&M or the Batman the Ride clones from B&M all as one ride. It was just Batman the Ride, the clones. After
No.
riding this, I had to start separating them out because it's so much better. That I
That
mean,
was the that particular one was the first roller coaster that I ever grayed out on.
Yeah, it's really insane.
I
It's really
never
insane.
had that experience until I rode Batman at Six Flags
You
over
gray
Georgia.
out and you lose. I mean, you get. I think you get the gist of it on Alpengeist and Montu. You lose feeling in your feet, but I have never lost feeling in my feet like on this ride. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I actually saw white. Everything turned white
Yeah.
for me.
Oh yeah. I mean, I definitely grayed out too, but my feet were like
Insane.
so brutally numb.
So number 33 for me, Wildcat at Hershey Park. Again, RMC need not apply. And if you put PTCs on it, it would probably go up a little bit.
Maybe it would. I don't know where that's at for me. I think it's way further down, but I like that ride quite a bit. I think it's a fun ride. We're at 32 now. Twisted Cyclone, Six Flags Over Georgia. So there's two Six Flags Over Georgia coasters there. Really good RMC right here. A lot of fun. Packs a punch. Great little ride.
So this one, my number 32, I got a bad ride on it this year. I need to get another ride on it to reassess. It could drop. It could remain the same. But it is Merlin's Mayhem at Dutch Wonderland.
Oh wow. Yeah, it
I
has
know it's a weird
dropped.
one, but
It's dropped some though.
a little bit, yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. The ride I had on it this year is just not that good. I hope it was a fluke.
I hope for your sake as well. And hopefully when I get on it this year I can see why you love it so much. If I get on it this year. Let's put that out there. I don't know if I'm definitely getting on it, but if I get on it this year, hopefully I can bypass whatever issue it was having. Number 31 for me is Mystic Timbers at Kings Island. The GCI. A lot of fun. A lot of fun ride. Um,
What?
oh yes, I forgot. We are talking to a Mystic Timbers fanboy here.
Who puts Mystic? Nobody puts Baby in the corner.
I do.
Who puts Mystic Timbers down that low? Come on.
I would imagine quite a few people.
Mm,
I would
I
bet
don't
my
know.
money on it.
I don't know.
I don't think that's low. I mean, it's 31 out of 275 roller coasters. That's pretty good. I think every roller coaster above it is better too. That's just my take.
Oh my God.
I don't
Oh well.
I don't get your hype for. I mean, it's a really really good ride, but it's
It's
not anything
amazing.
like insane necessarily. Like
It's just so much fun.
it is. It's a lot of. Definitely is a lot of fun. I agree with that, and I love the theming. Actually, I'm not a particular fan of the shed, but I love all the other theming. um, but I don't know. I just it's a lot of good airtime. It's a lot of it's a fun little layout. The drop's pretty good, but I don't think it's
Well,
world class necessarily.
so for my 31st, I was really hoping that Airtime Mike was in our live chat, but he's not.
Oh my God, is it? No.
Joker
Oh,
at Six
oh
Flags Great
man,
Adventure.
that'd be Mike. Shot through the heart, and you're too vain. Oh,
I genuinely had so much fun on that
oh yeah,
ride.
man. I mean,
I
I wouldn't put him that
Oh
high,
my
but
God.
man, that ride's a good ride. I mean, that's a lot of fun. That is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it just was so much fun. So much fun.
I'm really glad you liked that. I was really afraid you would either like hate it or love it. Like you'd be either one way or the other. And I'm glad you enjoyed it because I thought you would, but I'm like, what if he doesn't? What if he's with airtime? What if he's team F the free spins? I'm glad
Oh
you
man, was that fun. It was just so much fun.
So my number 30 is Texas Stingray at SeaWorld San Antonio. This is the GCI that just opened up in SeaWorld San Antonio. It's a lot of fun. Just a slight edge above Mystic Timbers. I just think there's a little bit more airtime. It's a little bit longer. So, I don't know.
Your assessment of that makes me want to go there so bad.
I, I, re- I feel like you're going to
And
get
I
off
can
and be
see
like,
it.
oh, this sucks. What are you talking about? I just know it. Even though I think it's
Uh,
quite the great ride.
so my number 30 is Verbolten at Busch Gardens Williamsburg. I love the theme. I love the experience. It's just a really fun attraction.
Yeah, I mean, enough cannot be said about the theming of that ride. It's starting to deteriorate here. Busch Gardens better watch themselves. I mean, their theming is slowly like getting a little bit less and less every time I go. Some of the, like the TVs are turned off now in in like the little pre-show area, and certain things are disappearing. I mean, you have the roof disappearing. So I hope it doesn't. Not that it won't be a good ride after that, but I hope it doesn't completely disappear on us. But yeah, the theming, the show elements are all great. It's a great ride. My number 29 is Montu at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay. The B&M invert that everyone hypes up is the best. I don't think it's the best. You're gonna see. I don't think it's the best. It's really 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 good. Not the best to me though.
So my these next three can kind of they're all kind of the same. There's all like right on the same level, and it's kind of hard. But the way I put it is 29. For me is Magnum XL 200 at Cedar Point.
All right. Yeah, and I'll tell you that ride grew on me this year, Bob. It really did. It's still not.
Oh, so good.
Still not. I still don't necessarily get the absolute hype behind it. I think it's a really good ride, but I think it's my number. It's in my 60s, I think. I don't know. Timmy's still telling me like, oh man, you gotta get a trimless ride in the third row and you'll love it. And I'm like, all right, gotta do that, I guess. 28.
It's amazing.
28 is Kraken at SeaWorld Orlando. This is the B&M sitting floorless coaster, and I know I have it above Montu. I'm aware, and I know that's probably going to piss off probably 99% of the enthusiasts, I'd say, because Montu is like this ride that everyone loves, and I love Montu too. But Kraken really surprised me this past trip I took to Florida, and it really, really, really shook up my rankings a bit. It's way higher than most people would probably want me to put it.
My number 28, again, this is kind of on the same level as Magnum, is Superman Ride of Steel at Six Flags America. And listed Six Flags America, its clone is kind of in the same position at Darien Lake. They're both literally the same. I don't care how much people want to hate on the straight track. I like the straight track.
You do.
It adds an element. You don't get you, you don't get that experience anywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
and
just
I
unique.
actually interesting you say this. When we were at America, not to drag on this too much, but when we were at America, me and Alex the other week, I actually think it's actually a great part of the theming of the ride. I mean, not the theming, but it makes sense for this ride. You are Superman. You are flying. You're gonna fly in a straight path. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah,
So I don't necessarily get all the hate. And again,
and
I
it's
think
not
it's a
like it
fun.
just gives up on airtime because
Yeah,
at the end, holy crap!
yeah, and there's still like that straight track is still a sense of speed. It's still like exciting. It's not
Right,
like people that say the straight
exactly.
track and you think you just go to sleep on it or something. No, it's still pretty crazy. I mean, it's definitely
It's
not messing
awesome.
around. I agree. It's not in my top 40. I think it's in my like 50s maybe or 40s, but it's definitely a ride that I think deserves to be talked about. Number 27 for me is Banshee at Kings Island. This is the B&M invert that I think is the best B&M invert. No, I don't think it's as intense as Montu or as Batman the Ride or as Afterburn even or maybe even Alpengeist. It's not as intense, but it has the length. It has some really awesome elements, and I just love it. I don't know what it is about Banshee. Every time I get off of it, I'm laughing. I'm having a good time. It's a really really fun ride.
I completely agree with with your assessment. It's the best invert, and I mean now that Volcano is gone, it's the best invert. Um, and you're actually pretty close to where it is on my list too.
Oh, we
But
almost hit one.
yeah, but number 27 for me is Talon at Dorney Park, which is
Hmm.
the second best invert.
What
I,
about?
again, I kind of put that. mm, Yep, that's fine. You disagree, whatever.
Talon's number
I love it.
68 for me. Now, I really like Talon. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but I have quite a few inverts above it. Let's see. Yeah, I got quite a bit. Afterburn,
But see, the beauty of
Montu.
Talon is it doesn't shove my head into the over the shoulder restraints.
I think that's part of its downfall. It's too. I I love it, but it's too subtle. It's too. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's just not intense. I like the inverts being intense and crazy and bonkers, and Talon's definitely not that.
I
It's
like getting off of roller coasters and not having a headache.
yeah, you and me both, and that's why.
Uh, Honestly, if B&M was able to replace their horse collars with vest restraints or something else,
Let's just have no restraints.
there's a lot of just forget about restraints.
Yeah.
There's a lot of B&M inverts that probably would rise very high on my list. Um, but I don't like horse collars. It just they take away from the ride.
It's so strange because to me that's the exact. I love them. They're one of my favorite restraint systems.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Uh, TMT Shell Razor, my number 26 at Nickelodeon Universe. That's the Gershflower launched roller coaster. Man, is that a fun ride, and man, does that ride pack a punch. I still, once I got off of that ride, could not comprehend, like, wow, like, this is actually one of my favorite roller coasters. It's up there. Like, it is. It's number 25.
I
26, excuse me. It's really, really up
I
there.
really wanted to put that in my top 40. Um, I need a couple more rides on it because my first couple rides on it were insanely painful for me. I mean, it pissed me off because I enjoyed the ride so much, but it was so painful that I couldn't ride it again. Then I rode it again and I didn't I didn't get off in agony. And the problem is though, I don't know. I need a better sample size before I can declare it what I feel like it should be declared. But yeah, I don't know. Um, I can't do it. I just can't do it yet. My number 26, The Beast at Kings Island,
Hmm.
especially night rides.
See, that's a ride that was in my top 25 for quite some time, but it's actually dropped out. Or in my top 40, excuse me, for quite some time. But it's actually dropped out here recently. It's number 43 now, so it's an honorable mention, which is kind of weird to me. The Beast has always been up there for me, but now it's. I love the ride, so no hate. I love it. Number 25 for me is Hulk at Universal Islands of Adventure. This is a really, really, really fun ride. The launch is really fun. The inversions are greatly executed. There's really nothing to complain about for this ride, except for I'm not a big fan of the post mid course. It kind of dies down a little bit, but the first like few elements are bam, 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 bam. It's really, really, really quite a fun ride. So it's my number 25.
Number 25 for me is this is where Banshee falls for
This is
me.
where Banshee
Uh,
is. Mm.
Banshee at Kings Island. Yep.
Yeah, and I think we discussed to why.
Yep.
Alrighty, so number 24 for me, another Kings Island roller coaster, Orion. This is where the Giga falls. Yeah, here it is. I really enjoyed my rides on Orion. Is it short? Yeah, but is it a lot of fun? Yes. I really, really enjoy the ride. The drop's great. The wave turn is kind of strange. Like,
The wave turn was disappointing for me. That was the biggest disappointment.
I mean, it's not. I don't say it's disappointing to me, but it definitely was different than I thought it would be. It definitely didn't have the same effect that I thought it would. But I thought all the airtime hills were fun. I thought the Helix was a lot of fun. I don't know. I like the ride a lot. Overall, as a ride, I think it's very, very, very good. I don't know if you can look at any actual individual elements and say that they're fantastic on their own, but I think the whole ride creates a great experience.
So I just want to point this out. It did not make my top 40. That means that every B&M hyper that I list, I feel is better than Orion, which includes Intimidator that I already mentioned.
Which is a joke and is wrong. I mean, that is an awful take. I'm sorry. Subjectively, Bob.
Anyway.
Subjectively.
Anyway, number 24 for me, Steel Curtain at Kennywood.
I need to get on that. I definitely need to get on that. Is it just the abundance of inversions? Is it?
It's just fun, even though it vibrates like hell. It's not a rattle;
All right.
it's vibration. I don't
All
know
right.
how to explain it. But it's amazing. I mean, it's Joe Draves. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
I love his designs. They're just
I think Joe Jays
so
could take.
amazing.
No, I'm just kidding. Never mind. Joe Jays, yeah. I mean, the rides I've ridden, which actually is only 2, I think, they're pretty good. The Slime Streak's really good, and then Lightning Run's awesome. So yeah, he has some good work. Number 23 for me is Mako at SeaWorld Orlando. This is the B&M Hyper, and it is, I think. Oh wait, no, it's my second favorite B&M Hyper. So I do have a couple B&M Hypers above Orion too. So I mean, not to toot my own horn, but toot. Like but that doesn't discount Orion at all. I don't think. I think these B&M Hypers are really good. Mako's really, really, really freaking good.
All right, James, get ready for it.
What's number 23?
Are you ready? Are you ready?
What is it?
Number 23. Six Flags Great Adventure, Nitro.
Oh, boo! 2 completely different coasters. Mako being amazing and fantastic, and then Nitro being a joke. Now,
I love Nitro.
me and Bob got
loved
off the
it. I
exact
loved
same
it.
ride together, and I was like, me and Timmy both looked at each other and said, that was terrible. And then Alex and Bob on the other side of the train were like, oh, it was awesome. I don't know what the heck happens. I can't. It's not that I'm going in with a mindset. I want to like the ride. I like B&Ms. That's my thing. Like all B&Ms, pretty much. I ride a B&M and I automatically like the ride. Nitro just sucks. I hate hating it. I would love to love it.
It's amazing.
I would love to
so
love
much
that ride. Bob.
airtime.
I would love to love that ride so much. Please let me love the ride. Like I just can't. Ugh. Oh man. But yeah. All right. So 2 different hypers there, Mako and Nitro. Harry Potter and the Escape from Gringotts at Universal Studios is my number 22. So obviously this is a ride that the only reason I'm putting it there is the
It
theming.
is a ride.
Bob said Mystery Mine was due to the theming. Yes, but this on a whole other level. Like without the theming, this ride would probably be awful. I mean, there's nothing. It's just kind of moving around and really slow. It doesn't do anything really. It kind of moves around to different screens and all of that. So there isn't really a lot of motion other than what's on screen. So this with the Mystery Mine thing to a whole other level. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a really good ride. Some of the greatest theming of all time. I mean, you are in the bank of Gringotts. You are meeting the goblins, excuse me. You are getting on the elevator and going down 400,000 stories. I mean, it's really, really immersive and really great. So it's an experience.
I can't say much to it. I want to go. Actually, I want to go. Seeing as how you're being hammered in live chat right
We
now,
already had this. We had this before. We've had this
I
discussion.
kind of want to go just so I can I can join in.
I don't.
My number.
Bob, I know you would like it because guess why? Guess why you would like it?
probably because of Verbolten, Mystery Mine, and
No, 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 not even
is it
that.
designed by Joe Draves?
It's not designed by Joe Draves, Bob. Probably better, actually. Who was it designed by? Come on. Take a guess. You're the only people that you, I think, love more than Joe Draves. It's not. It's a collective group. It's Intamin. It's an Intamin.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, yeah.
It's an Intamin.
But I mean,
it has some of the greatest theming of all time.
Wilderness Express is also an Intamin, and you don't see me ranting and raving
Bob,
about
this is
that,
not
so.
Wilderness Express. I mean, that is a terrible comparison. This is, I mean, this is quite the ride. I don't understand how you can't like it. I can understand if you don't love it, but Marcus in the chat just said, I'd rather shit my own pants than ride that again. I don't understand how you can encounter that ride and come after that with that opinion. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't even do it. It can't be, it's not rough. It's not, I mean, what is it? What is it that you don't like? I don't understand. It doesn't even do that much in terms of roller coaster motion. I mean, it has a couple launches and that's kind of it. I don't understand. Oh man.
So
what's not good about it, Marcus? Give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Come on. I need it. I need you to tell me.
Oh my God. My number 22 actually I think has a potential, since I haven't rode it in 2 decades. I actually think it has the potential to go much higher if I get to ride it again, especially because we've been hearing some about it.
Hurry up so I can argue with Marcus again.
Shivering Timbers at Michigan's Adventure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That is the ride I want to get on really badly.
Oh my God, it's so.
Marcus doesn't like that ride either, though. Marcus is gonna crap on that. Marcus hates that ride.
That's okay.
Marcus, I think Marcus, what do you hate more, Shivering Timbers or Gringotts? Tell me honestly, because I heard you don't like Shivering Timbers at all either. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. No. Hey. Back to Gringotts real quick though. It doesn't do anything I'm not talking about it doesn't do anything in terms of the experience. I mean, you have an insane experience. It's a dark ride roller coaster. It's just not gonna, it doesn't go 90 miles an hour. It doesn't take these crazy bank turns, but it still does stuff. That's all. My end of rant.
See, I just choose not to engage. Shivering Timbers is awesome.
Well, you see, that's the
Marcus
point.
can't appreciate it. That's okay.
That's the point for me. I like arguing. It's fun. You know. Number 21 for me is Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia. By far the best B&M Hyper. Not even a question in my mind.
Wait, which one?
Goliath over Georgia.
Goliath. I have yet to ride that one.
It is ridiculous. I mean, I don't know if Over Georgia does something different with their B&Ms or what. I would imagine not. They just got lucky and got some really good rides. But, I mean, man, the ejector airtime is unreal. It is honestly the only B&M Hyper that has delivered ejector airtime to me. I think. And it doesn't just do it, oh, here's some ejector, oh, here's some ejector. It's consistent. Every time I ride it, I know I'm getting ejector.
See, you're describing Nitro.
That is not Nitro. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Woo-wee. We rode the same ride. If you want to call that ejector, man, that was...
My sister literally had a bruise
she could have
on her
stapled.
leg.
I've seen it happen, Bob.
It would. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I've ridden it. You can't. I mean, you're I've ridden the ride multiple times, throughout the
your
years. 2017,
2018,
2019.
Something's wrong. God installed your accelerometer on its side or something. Oh my God. My number 21. The future's riding on it. Millennium Force.
That's in my 40s, which felt weird as well, putting it down there. It's below Beast for me, but it's a good ride. It's definitely a very good ride.
I don't know what it is about it either. It's just so, I don't know. A lot of times it just goes to the fun factor. I mean, it's just fun. What it does so well. I don't really know what it does, but it does it well, whatever it is.
All right, number 20 for me is Superman the Ride. So another Intamin came out about the same time frame as Millennium Force. This is consistently ranked as one of the better roller coasters on the planet by the good old Golden Ticket Awards. I don't think it deserves that recognition, but it is really, really good. It's definitely the better of the two in terms of Money and Force versus Superman. Just my take. It's a lot of fun. I
Is this
don't.
the one in New England?
This is the New England one, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't Ride of Steel. This is the ride. So you got those U bars that are a bit strange, but I don't think they, just like Skyros, I don't think they necessarily ruin the ride. I don't think they help, but they don't ruin the ride at all.
Number 20 for me, Jersey Devil Coaster, Six Flags Great Adventure.
Here we go. Here we go.
Six Flags Great Adventure has kind of taken over a portion of my list here.
They have one coaster in my top 40.
I have 3 on mine.
Oh boy. Well, I haven't gotten on Jersey Devil, so that's. I was thinking like, oh god, what else do you have in there? But now I understand it's Nitro that and to be determined. But I think we all know.
We all know.
Yes, Jersey Devil looks great. Want to get on it. I love Wonder Woman. That's coming up in my list. Number 19 is Mind Blower at Fun Spot America, the Gravity Group with the inversion, the iconic zero-G roll on that ride. Man, this is my favorite roller coaster to marathon, I think. Can I say that? Can I say that? I think I can.
Sure, if you want.
I'm going to say that. I mean, Voyage, yeah, but that's like that's not really, I don't think I've ever marathon Voyage in the sense that I've gotten like 15, 20 rides in a row on it. Voyage, you kind of have to go back in line and wait, especially during Hollywood nights. I don't know. I'm going to say it for Mind Blower just because the sheer fun factor and the fact that you can marathon it so much. If you go to Fun Spot right when they're about to close for the last like 30 minutes, there's going to be no one there most of the time. At least all the times I've gone, the past like 5 times that I've been there every night, they have been pretty much dead. And you can just ride this thing 15, 20 times in a row without getting off. And it's so fun. It's amazing. And the airtime's insane. And the inversion's great. The drop, awesome. And this is definitely a back row ride. Definitely, not a question. Rode it in the front row, made sure of it. Definitely a back row ride.
So, for me, you're going to like my 19 position, especially the fact that it's over Jersey Devil Coaster. Number 19 for me, still Vengeance at Cedar Point.
I knew it was coming. I was about to say it.
So, yes, I would actually rather ride Still Vengeance than Jersey Devil Coaster.
All right, you gave me one small victory. Yeah. But then number 18, and then number 18, I'm gonna cringe and go, "Oh, how is that above Still Vengeance?"
Yes,
I am.
You are.
Number 18 for me is Hagrid's Magical Motorbike Adventure. This is the Intamin multi-launch roller coaster with a lot of cool elements on it. I don't want to give anything away because I know some of us haven't ridden it, but it is without a doubt one of my favorite roller coasters, and that's changed. All right, because I went to Islands of Adventure in spring of this year, and then I revisited in summer. In spring, it was good. Nothing insane, nothing crazy. It was fun. This time I rerode and really, really reshaped my opinions on this ride. It packs quite a bunch. I can understand the hype for it now, looking back on it. Here we go.
Yeah, I kind of want to ride that one.
Oh yeah. Kind of.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
All
It's
right,
Intamin,
James.
Bob. Don't you lie to
James,
me.
are you ready?
Here we go.
Ready?
Drum roll.
Number 18. Better than Still Vengeance.
I'm about to leave.
Better than a lot of things James would not agree with. Candemonium at Hershey Park.
Oh, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, it's definitely not. I mean, I have it 20 spots lower than you. So, granted, I mean, I have ridden more, but
it
still.
was more than Still Vengeance. I was expecting you to be.
I was expecting it to be something worse than that, though. I thought it was going to be like something like, I don't know. I can't like Comet at Hershey Park or something. But that's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, I don't agree with that at all. I think that's a terrible opinion. as well as I'm sure you thought Mystic Timbers being number 31 was, but that's about how I am with that. Like I don't know, I just it wasn't
I
nearly.
Candemonium is my.
So you're telling
I
me you'd rather ride a B&M Hypercoaster than over a RMC Hyper?
Yes, yes.
Uh, I just can't. As someone who loves B&Ms too, man, like more than I mean, I would think more than you because I mean you rag on me for liking B&Ms so much sometimes. I don't know. I just can't do that.
Yeah. So yeah, this Marcus is now targeting you in this. Mystic Timbers is 31, right? Right, Marcus?
Yeah, it's too late. We already
Should be
talked about
a
that. You
lot
can't
higher
rag on
than
me
that.
now. Maybe he's saying that's too high. I'm just kidding. No, I'm
No,
sure
I'm
he's
pretty
not.
sure he's saying it's too low. Okay, so number 17. And I think this is as high as B&M gets on my list. Let me make
No
sure.
way. Is this what I think it
Yeah.
is? It is.
Yes, number
This is a
17,
punch to
Fury
the gut.
325 at
Oh God.
Carowinds. Yes, Fury is only slightly better than Candemonium.
See, that's how I know you're on drugs. So it's all right. That's how I know it. That's how I
And
can confirm it.
Candemonium is only slightly better than Nitro.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that I can agree
And
with.
then
That I can agree with because Candemonium isn't that good. I'm just kidding. No, it's good. It's really good. Now, all right, number 17 for me, Phantom's Revenge at Kennywood. What a ride! I mean,
yes.
insane ejector. I mean, honestly, I could see it going up because whenever I go there, it starts to climb my list every time I go. Um, and I love night rides on this. It's hard to come by with Kennywood. It seems. I've gone during the Halloween event though, so oftentimes I get night rides, but during the summer I haven't really been able to capture as many night rides. So I need to get some night rides, and I think it could climb my list because I don't know. Some of these coasters right here are really close.
Yeah. It's definitely higher on my list. So number 16 for me is Twister at Knoebels.
Aren't we on 17?
No, 17 was Fury 325.
All right. Well, then I just didn't give my 17 then.
Oh,
I just gave it was Phantom's Revenge, but I guess I didn't give it before. Like somehow we got out of order. It's all right though. We're notorious for that. All right. So your 16 is what? Twister Knoebels? All right, that's
yes.
way further down my list. I love that ride. It's my number 56. I love that ride, yeah. My number 16, Lightning Run at Kentucky Kingdom. Very, very, very fun ride. Some really
Yeah,
good
how do we get this?
ejector.
Now it feels weird. We're going backwards.
Yeah, I know. Now we've kind of we've diverted
All right.
from the.
So you just go ahead to your 15th then. I don't know
I knew
how
this was
I
gonna
don't know how
happen. I was waiting for it. I'm like, this is going to happen. I'm surprised we got this far. Number 15 for me is Leviathan at Canada's Wonderland.
Number 15 for me is Raven at Holiday World. And I'm waiting for Marcus to say something about that. I'm sure it's coming.
Oh man. Number 14 for me is Phoenix at Knoebels. That's where she falls.
And number 14 for me, Lightning Rod at Dollywood.
Interesting. I'm glad it's high. I mean, it's pretty high, but definitely further up for me. Number 13 for me, Wonder Woman Golden Lasso Coaster at Six Flags Fiesta Texas. There's the single rail that really beats you up and but amazing beat up. I love getting abused by it. It's really really crazy intense.
All right, Marcus is now questioning who I am anymore,
Yeah, who is
and I'm
Bob?
not sure.
What is
I'm not
Bob's
sure which
existence?
one this is in response to.
I think
I'm
it's still
guessing
in the
Raven.
Twister.
I think it's Twister and Raven that he's.
The combination of the two, yeah. He just
Which
couldn't
is
take it.
kind of funny because has he not realized that I am a wooden coaster fan? Like that's
And I think that's his I don't think he likes older wooden roller coasters. So
that probably is the. I mean, it's not until spot 6 that you get to steal. My top 5 are all wooden coasters. Anyway, moving on. Number 13 is not a wooden coaster. It is Maverick at Cedar Point.
Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. A little bit further up for me, but I like Maverick a lot. Number 12 for me is Intimidator 305 at King's Dominion. This is a ride at my home park. I think it's my most ridden coaster at the park, and my second most ridden coaster in general. Which feels weird. I do have to give an honorable mention to Polished Cherry real quick because that's my most ridden coaster. That is not You see, and people are always like, "Oh, you're biased. You've ridden a Polished Chariot so much, so it has to be high on your list." It's like in my 50s or 60s. I love a Polished Chariot, but I don't think I'm too biased towards it. I don't think I over exaggerate how good it is. I think it just is good. Do I think it's a fantastic ride? No. But yeah, Nintendo 305, King's Dominion, my number 12. It's kind of weird to have that outside my top 10, but it has finally happened. It is out in my top 10.
So my number 12, Storm Runner, Hershey Park. Here we go. Oh, except now it's here we go. Go.
Go.
Anyway, I love that ride. That the launch is awesome and it actually does stuff.
Mhm.
It's just a lot of fun.
So another storm is brewing for my number 11th spot. It's Storm Chaser at Kentucky Kingdom. This is the RMC that everyone loves. But it kind of gets everyone loves it, but it kind of gets two different takes. It's either like okay, or it's like your favorite roller coaster. I'm kind of more on the it's my favorite roller coaster now. I was on kind of the it's an okay side of things. I think it was in my 20s or 30s, but it's moved up to my number 11, and it is not joking around. It kills you. I mean, my thighs were on fire getting off of that ride. It's easily the most sustained ejector I've gotten on a roller coaster. And honestly, it was really hard for me not to put it above some of the other RMCs I have above it. Like honestly, looking at the list, it's so hard. Like these next three, they're really close. I don't know.
I would like Storm Chaser if it didn't punch me in the balls on every hill. It's just too painful. Number 11 for me, that is where we're at, right?
Yeah.
Another Joe Draves creation, Lightning Run at Kentucky Kingdom.
All right. So a few spots
Phantom's
higher.
little brother.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have it above Phantom for me. So I think it's just they're neck and neck, but for me it surpasses the ride. But I don't know. Little brother and big brother have a battle. Every time I ride one of them, I'm like, oh, which one's better?
Well, let me just skip ahead. My number 10 is Phantom's Revenge.
All right, yeah. So they're right. They're
So
next to each other in
right
your
there.
rankings, like they
They're
are in
right
mine.
next to each other.
My number 10 is Iron Rattler at Fiesta Texas. This is the RMC with that really cool kind of sideways drop. But let me tell you, Bob, I don't think that drop really does much for me. Is it a good drop? Yes, but for some reason that's most people when they talk about Iron Rattler, they go, "Oh, that's the drop. The drop is so awesome. The drop, the drop, the drop, the drop.
The
The drop is
drop.
really cool, but it's not anything exceptional. I don't think. I mean, maybe I need to rewrite. I got like 10 or 15 rides on it while I was there. The drop is a lot of fun, but the rest of the ride is really crazy too. I don't think it's necessarily just the drop that really makes the ride. And that seems to be like I talked to somebody that was like, "Oh, Iron Rattler's one of my favorite RMCs. It's my number 2 or number 3 or whatever. It's above Steel Vengeance, whatever." And I'm like, "Why?" And they're like, "Because of the drop." And I'm like, I don't think that's the factor for me.
I can't comment. I haven't been there. I know the drop looks cool.
Oh, it looks cool and it feels cool, but it's just nothing like the actual drop isn't like I don't know. I don't exit that and go, "Oh, holy crap."
So, my number 9, Intimidator 305 at King's Dominion. Just love the intensity of that thing. It's amazing.
So that's your number 10 or number 9?
Number 9.
So
Oh
we're
yeah,
all right. So
so we did it again.
yeah, we did it again. All right. Um. Oh, so it's still in your top 10 now. All right. All right. I thought I remember you saying it wasn't in your top 10 anymore. Interesting, but that's a good it's a good spot for it. Number 9 for me is actually another King's Dominion coaster, Twisted Timbers. Um, this is a very, very personal ride for me. I mean, I was there media day for it, and I was there. I love this ride so much. It means a lot more than just another roller coaster. It's really a personal ride for me,
Uh,
and I just love it. It's a lot of fun, really good airtime. I mean, it doesn't mess around. It doesn't look like much, really, to walking up to it, but every element on it, every airtime hill, is full of some great ejector, and the inversions are a lot of fun. I think the drop is one of my favorite drops. It's really, really crazy. I love the ride.
well, apparently I love it more than you because it's my number 8,
Hmm. You beat me by
and
one spot.
it is my number 1 RMC.
Yeah, it's not that for me at all.
It is the best RMC that I've been on. Yes, Still Vengeance included.
And that is what we call ludicrous, boys and girls. Um,
No, I love Twisted Timbers. It's just the perfect size, the perfect everything. It's amazing.
I I don't know. It is everything in that and more, but I don't know if it's perfect in the sense that it's the best. um,
You know
but
the crazy
all my
thing
top 10
is
rides I consider to be perfect. I mean, they're all rides that I would die for. They're amazing.
King's Dominion literally has 2 coasters in my top 10, and I'm still having trouble convincing myself to go.
And you have a platinum pass, so it's like not even like you
And
have
then I have a pass. Yes, exactly.
to pay. Even more importantly, maybe.
Like, has there ever been a park that drops off so so rapidly? Like, we have 2 great yeah, Lakemont Park. It's like we have 2 coasters. That's it. That's like King's Dominion.
Yeah. All right, so my number 8, Sky Rush at Hershey Park. Um, this changed. It used to be in the 20s, I think, which back then the 20s for me when I first rode it was different because I'd only ridden 150 coasters, but it's moved up drastically actually. Given that, so it's full of ejector. It is insane. The drop is awesome. That drop is probably like that is what I wanted Iron Rattler's drop to be. I think Skyrush has the best drop on a roller coaster. It throws you over, and then once you valley out kind of and start going into the other element, to me, like it like slams you down, and you feel like I've always felt like I'm like in a car accident or something. That's the best way to describe it. It's just crazy. That is what I thought Iron Rattler would be. I thought it would
All
be
right.
crazy, and it just wasn't that.
I have to mention this because it was one of the most hilarious and best tweets I've seen in a while. I don't know if you saw Sarah tweet, was it today or yesterday? But she said it was and I'm not going to get this word for word, but she said I just rode I-305 and it was I feel like I got punched in the face if getting punched in the face felt amazing.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
I thought there's like really not a better way to describe I-305.
Hmm.
I know we're a little bit above it, but your description of Skyrush just made me think of that tweet. I loved that tweet.
Yeah. That's what Sky. I mean, it feels like you're getting a car accident if
Yeah,
that was
Skyrush is the same
desirable,
way.
if that
It
was something
really
you wanted to happen.
exactly. So my number 7 is gonna get you in, Marcus.
Oh
Saying
God, I
stuff
know it.
for
I think I
sure.
know it. I'm gonna have to get
Top
it.
Thrill Dragster at Cedar Point.
Oh no, never mind. That doesn't kill me. I know some people that have that high really ranked, actually higher than even that. I don't really get why, but I can respect that. It's my number like 40 something. I love the ride.
Everybody's always like, "Hey Bob, it doesn't do anything except the launch." Exactly. That's my whole point. The launch, like that's just it's just amazing.
I love the ride a lot. I agree. It's amazing.
And I
But I don't
and I
think it's as
think
complete as other roller coasters. And I think that's a fair. I think that's what they're trying to point out.
we'll
If it
find
had
out.
the launch and then other good elements, I could get it. But
It doesn't matter. The launch is just I just love the launch.
all right, that's
I
fair.
just love it. Um, I think the ride you're anticipating, you might be surprised, isn't there anymore. We'll find out though.
I think it's
Um,
there because you haven't ridden it in a while, unless just because. uh,
okay, all right. You're thinking Blue Streak, right?
I am, yeah.
Okay, it is. I actually did take it off my list because the reason why I took it off my list is because I, at this point, cannot say if it operates again, if it's going to be as good as it's supposed to be. So that is why I dropped it off my list. Unfortunately, I'm really afraid of it, and it kind of hurts to have it in my top 10 if that makes any kind of sense.
All right, I.
So you don't have to anticipate that. Yes, Blue Streak at Conneaut Lake Park was in my top 10 until my recent changes. And I just feel like people read my list and then they go and ride it and then they go, "Oh, this was not what Bob made it out to be." And I don't want that to happen because I feel like the next time somebody rides that ride, it is not going to be what it was supposed to be. So that is why you're not going to hear me say that. Unfortunately, it hurts. It hurts me. It hurts me so bad.
Marcus is still mad at you that is not even in
I
there.
know, and it's whatever.
Number 6 or number 7, Maverick at Cedar Point. So that to me is the better. I think you had Maverick a little bit further up. That's better than Top Loader Action in my mind, just because it's more complete. It has the full layout. It has the airtime. It has the good inversions. It has the couple of good launches. I don't know. The lift hill is. I remember the lift hill being a little bit more extreme, but the lift hill is not necessarily amazing. But the drop is right off that lift hill, and then that second launch out of the tunnel is really good.
Yes, I love it. It's a little bit lower for me. It's number 13 for me, but that's just because I got to feel there's a lot of spaces for wooden coasters up at the top. So my number 6, the best steel coaster for me, Skyrush at Hershey Park. There is no better steel coaster right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, Bob. You just keep on smoking that crack pipe. Number 7
I
or
love
number.
Skyrush, man.
I love it too. I mean, it's literally 2 spots below where I have it. So number 6 for me is El Toro at Great Adventure. That's where I have the bull. Is it an insane ride? It is. It's crazy smooth. It's crazy fast. It's crazy intense. It's crazy airtime filled. I mean,
It's just crazy.
it's just crazy. I mean, it is. They should call it El Loco, not El Toro. I mean, it really is crazy.
Number 5 for me, Phoenix at Knoebels.
There it is.
Yep,
All right. All right.
I just love it.
Yeah. Now, is Skyrush better? Maybe. I think so.
You know what? I, th- I can't tell you how much trouble I had in that. I don't know. Those two are like they're so different, but yet so at the top of what they do. Um, I don't know. They're really on the same plane.
And you know what's
But
even better than both of those? My number 5, Fury 325.
oh god, that's way too high.
No. It's perfect, as all things should be perfectly balanced.
All right, now we're gonna get into really, really good wooden coasters. And these next, well, the number one, everybody knows the number one, but my second, third, and fourth spots are so close together that it took me a long time to actually get this list in this line. So the next 3 coasters you can pretty much treat as my number 2, all tied for my number 2, but I put number 4 as Ravine Flyer 2 at Waldameer. I can't say enough good about it. It is just spectacular. End of story.
Yeah. I mean, I can't speak to it. I don't know. I have to get on it. I believe you. You're honestly the I think biggest fan of it that I've talked to, and I believe that it's that good. But I definitely talked to some other people that I mean, it's up there for them. But number 4 is really, really high for it. So I'm excited to get on it.
It's so much fun, and this year just took the cake. They did so much track work on it, and it was hauling like it never hauled before. It was high for me in previous years. This year was just phenomenally better than it has been.
And Marcus kind of just said the exact opposite in the chat. That's pretty funny. It was good when it first opened, but it's dropped.
Man, I'll tell you,
it's just ironic to me
crap.
how different all of our opinions can be. My number 4.
This year is just amazing.
My number 4 is a ride that it's hard to rank. Like Bob said, it's hard to rank all these, but I had to do so. Number 4, Lightning Rod at Dollywood for me. Bonkers ride. That quadruple down is probably the strongest sustained airtime you get. It's just bam, 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 bam. You're it's just crazy.
Yeah.
And it's a great ride. I love the wave turns. I love the drop. I love the LSM lift. It's just all really fun. The whole ride is nothing but non-stop aggressive fun. That's the best way to describe it.
So number 3 for me, El Toro, Six Flags Great Adventure.
There it is. So, oh no.
Yeah, you were expecting these 2 to be swapped, and they were momentarily.
God,
but
no.
then I rode. It might be. It's actually Orion's fault.
God, no. No, I can't continue. Oh God, it's like I know I'm bringing this upon the world. If I continue with my list, you're gonna eventually get to saying it, and it's gonna drive me nuts. I'm sorry, guys. The show must go on. Number 3 for me is Steel Vengeance, and I think most would agree that it is the best, one of the best coasters in the world. It is. The airtime is luxurious. It's a plethora of it. The inversions are a lot of fun. It's just a great ride. But here we go. Marcus, you earlier said that this ride needed to be higher, but did you mean this high? I question
Number 2.
I question it.
Mystic Timbers at Kings Island.
Ah, boo. I was hoping you'd be like, JK. Nope. He has Mystic. You heard that right. Mystic Timbers is above. Maverick, Lightning Rod, El Toro. Yeah, I'm not. That was not a misunderstanding here.
Honestly, El Toro was above Mystic Timbers until I stopped at Kings Island to ride Orion and got off Orion and said, went directly to Mystic Timbers, and Mystic Timbers again took the number 2 spot.
I agree. I don't get how we get off certain rides and have completely.
It is so much freaking fun.
That's
all there is
to it.
It is just so much fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't.
It is so much fun.
I can't condemn that ranking. I'm sorry. I condemn some others that I don't necessarily agree with, but I just, I respect them, but it's just too high for me. But that's why it's my number 31, not my number 2. My number 2 is a ride I think very much deserves it. It is a ride that I considered putting at number 1 even. But then I was like, oh no, Voyage, I don't know. Because you guys all know Voyage's number 1. We talk about that enough. We all know that's coming.
Yes.
Number 2 is Velocicoaster at Universal's Island Adventure. Um, at first, when I wrote it, I was like, "Wow, this is totally not worth the hype that everyone." Is it a great ride? Yes. It was in my top 15. Yes. Is it? Yeah, it's excellent. But is it like everyone's like, "Oh, it's the number one best coaster in the world." Blah 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 blah. I was like, "Nah, that's not this ride. We must be getting off two different rides." However, I got a few night rides on it. I got a night rain ride on it, no less. And I started to see just how fantastic this ride is. So that is what did it for me. I can't even express to you how much I love this ride. The theming is excellent. I mean, you really when we talk about immersion. I mean, I know we had that whole argument about Nickelodeon Universe, whatever, but this is immersion at its finest. You feel like you're in Jurassic World. All the promos are playing as if you're in Jurassic, like you're in the park. You're in the Jurassic World park, so you're still in a theme park, but you're not in the park that you're actually in. It's just really fascinating how they do it. You're in a roller coaster that's going through this exhibit, this Velociraptor exhibit. I don't know. It's just the theming's great. The ride, every element is so well executed. Every inversion is perfectly placed. It feels like it's necessary. It feels like I want to do sometimes the inversions feel like they're just kind of there. They're filler. I'm telling you that all the inversions on this ride are better, if not at least equal to all the airtime moments. Every element is necessary. Every element is great. I'm sorry. I know I got off on a little bit of tangent, but I cannot express how much I love this ride. I'm such a fanboy. I have like 3 shirts now. I have a lanyard. I bought so much Velocicoaster merch, even though they have literally their merch is terrible. That was the only thing I hated about that ride is that they had that only had like 3 shirts, but I bought like all of them and the lanyard.
That is a ride. I think that from what you're explaining is kind of like I kind of feel that I'll feel the same.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an
Bob,
Intamin,
Jesus,
and it
this
looks
is the
like
first
this.
Intamin to be in my top 5 or my top 3, I think ever. Let's talk here realistically. Not since I've ridden for a while, Maverick was my number 3 or something, or my number 1 because it was like one of the only roller coasters I'd ridden. Like for a while, it was like I went to Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, Kings Dominion, and Cedar Point. Excluding that, once I started expanding my horizon, there hasn't been an Intamin in my top 3 in quite some time. And it's not because I don't like Intamin. I think there are other rides that I like better. But this is a ride, and I know you love Intamin, so that's why I'm bringing up the fact that it is an Intamin.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm well aware. I'm well aware.
it is bonkers.
I want to ride it.
Like, I really hope you get off it and feel the exact same way, and you have to do the debate of where it goes in your top 3, but it really does deserve it. It's really crazy.
All right. So number 1, no surprise here for either of us. Voyage at Holiday World.
Indeed. And that's the same for me. I already said it. Not much can beat Voyage. Nothing can beat Voyage, actually. At least out of the 275 rides I've ridden and out of the 230 Bob's ridden.
230.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at right now.
I wonder to combine how many different rides we've ridden together. And if we could find that total, then we could see, because Voyage is definitely the favorite out of both of us. And I'd say we've ridden well over 240 to 250 different roller coasters. So.
Wait, how many of you were?
I've ridden 275, but I think some of them might have been ones that you've already ridden. And then
Well,
I've
yeah,
ridden
but
some
it's
of
got to
them.
at least be 275.
That's one of them winning, Bob. I'm gonna pretend like that didn't just happen.
Math is hard.
I mean, I can remember the quadratic formula. I can recite the Pythagorean theorem, but when it comes to simple addition, yeah. All right. Well, out of the 275 plus rides we've possibly ridden, both are number 1s, and there's nothing close. Well, Velocicoaster I think is pretty close actually. That's the only one that's come close to actually moving it to my number 1. I've never moved anything up to the number 1 and then gone, no, except for Voyage. Voyage is the one that stays at number 1. All right, so
I think it's got to easily be over 300 between us.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
There's a lot of defunct coasters that I've ridden.
Yeah.
I mean, I even have my top 10 defunct coaster.
I have like
list,
10 or
so-
15 that I've written, I think. But yeah. All right. That about does it for the top 40. I think we kept it pretty short. I could have been a lot longer. I know there were some debates in there. But we're going to read off some of the top fives we got, briefly go over them. Again, like I said earlier, we're going to correct some of them, tell you how they should be. Hopefully you take our advice. You'd be smart too. So we got one from. I'll call out Airtime Mike real quick since he's in the chat with us. And I believe it goes in this order: Fury 325, then Sky Rush, then I-305, then El Toro, then Voyage. That's a very
respectable list.
I agree.
Number one's Voyage for his, so that's a that's a respectable.
Fury's
list.
in his top 5, as it should be.
I mean, I don't know. I need to reassess Fury. It's been a minute since I've been on it, so I do need to get back there. It may go up a little bit.
Trickle down.
It could go down.
All right. Well, I'm
Maybe
saying trickle.
Pandemonium is
All right.
better
When
than
I say
Fury.
down, I mean down towards the ones. How about that? Because down, you're descending in value. Not down like up. I don't think it's gonna go up, and I hope it doesn't go up. I hope it doesn't go like higher than it already is. That's already too high in terms of what is it, number 16, 17?
Number 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So another list we got. I don't really know the order because some people smart and actually listed it off in numbers. Some people just listed a list. So I don't want to. Hopefully, I'm not misconstruing your list. I'm just going to take it for what it is. So they wrote Fury, then El Toro, then Steel Vengeance, then Voyage, then Lightning Rod. Any way you look at that, it's a great list, I think.
It's respectable.
Yeah, I think Fury and El Toro, great ride. Steel Vengeance, really good. Voyage, Lightning Rod, all really good. Next list we got Intimidator 305, Steel Vengeance, Phoenix, Outlaw Run, Millennium Force. I hope I read that in the wrong order. I really hope Millennium Force.
That's a hot take.
Yeah, I really hope Millennium Force is not the number one.
Millennium Force is. It's 21 for me, but a top 5. Wow.
Number 1, no less. If that's actually the order I should be reading it in. Hopefully, maybe it might be Millennium Force, Outlaw Run, Phoenix, Vengeance, 305. I don't know. Again, they just wrote it in commas, so I can't necessarily decipher. Our friend Clinton wrote in. Oh, wow. This is his top 5. Get ready for hot take. I don't know. I think it might be in this order. Apollo's Chariot, Grizzly at King's Dominion, Thunderhead at Dollywood, Maverick at Cedar Point, Steel Vengeance. Or actually, Steel Vengeance and Maverick should be flipped. So Maverick's actually number 1.
I mean, Steel Vengeance, Maverick's respectable. I mean, I don't know about Grizzly.
I respect the Grizzly take. I love that take.
I mean, but I don't know about that high.
I don't know about it either, but it's ballsy. I like it.
Phoenix is definitely like. Yeah, I mean, well, Phoenix is in my top 5.
Phoenix was not listed.
Oh wait. Oh, I'm reading. Wrong chat.
That would be great. Phoenix would be great if it was in his list. What? But yeah.
Read his list again.
Apollo's, Grizzly, Thunderhead, Vengeance, Maverick.
Grizzly. That's what I was. Yeah. Thunderhead's good. I mean, those are good rides. I don't know. I don't know how many coasters he's been on either, though. So, yeah, I don't know. That's not bad. I mean, it's not terrible. There's definitely bigger hot takes than that. I can say that.
I feel like Grizzly being a top 5 is a pretty dang hot take. But yeah, other than that, the list isn't.
That. I mean, I love Grizzly. I mean, it's not even in my top 40. I love it. I love it a lot. But...
I like it. I think I talk about it a lot. It's my number 59. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't gone past my 40.
All right, so here we go. Voyage, Sky Rush, I-305, El Toro, Twisted Timbers. So I think that's actually the opposite order. I think it's Twisted Timbers, El Toro, I-305, Sky Rush, Voyage.
That's a very good list.
It is. You just got to throw a Fury in there and we're good. The next list we got Twisted Timbers, Fury 325, Lightning Rod, Steel Vengeance, Voyage. I love all this Voyage representation.
Yep.
It's
It's
becoming
because it's good.
popular like Voyage, which I think is good. Like for a while there, it seemed like it was kind of neglected a bit. Like people weren't really sharing the Voyage hype train.
You mean like Shivering Timbers?
Yeah, that's still
I'm not actually like I'm so glad that there's been a lot of discussion about Shivering Timbers and how it's being missed by a lot of people because I mean like I said it's been a while since I've been on it, a long while, but oh my God, was that an amazing ride. Like, oh my God. So I can't wait till that starts showing up in some lists other than my top 20. Wait, no, top 25.
all
I
right.
need to get back on that. I want to get back on that so bad.
I need to get on it in general. The next list we got Voyage number 1, El Toro number 2, Lightning Rod number 3, 4 is Maverick, number 5 is Fury 325. That's from my friend
It's
Alex.
respectable.
Then we got
It's
one
very
actually
respectable.
message to us from a new listener of the show. His name is Derek. He sent it in, and I think it's a pretty great list actually. You have Skyrush at number 1, El Toro number 2, number 3 is X2, number 4 is Intimidator 305, and number 5 is Voyage.
That is a really good list, and I think if I were to road X2, I mean, I want to ride X2 so bad.
Yeah, I need
That's a
that is
solid list.
that's on the agenda for me. So
I know.
I'm
Dang it.
excited. I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to that. Because most people I know that have ridden that, it's in their top 10 at the very least, if not top 5. So,
Or they hate it.
yeah, but most people I know, like closely, I guess I should say, it is highly ranked. I do know like some of the people that talk about it and don't like it, but those aren't people that I actually talk about it
It is
with
actually funny. Like
regularly.
I don't really know of anybody that really is like, yeah, X2 is decent.
Yeah.
It's never just
Well, I've
it's
heard it's
never
actually like
good.
I've heard that like I can't remember if it's the inner or outer seats, but one of the rows of seats apparently isn't like it. I don't know what it is. I have to ride it, I guess. But people just don't like. But then you ride the other seat, and it runs excellent, and that's the seat you're supposed to ride it in. So that's what I've heard is like the
Hmm.
catch. Some people ride in a seat, and then they get that taste, and then they don't go back and just hate X2. And then some people actually go back and ride in that other seat, or they ride initially in that seat, and that's why they love it. I've heard that
But
kind of go
either
around.
way, it's like there's nobody that's like it's either amazing or it's terrible. There's no like
There's no middle.
I've not
It's the Dallas
I don't know
Cowboys of the roller coaster industry. You either hate them or you love them.
that yeah, yeah.
That's it. There's no if one what have been. Oh, I butchered that. Whatever. Yeah, the X2 definitely a ride I'm looking forward to. So I will, and I'll talk about it in greater depths in a future episode. I will be going to California in August of this year. Just so you guys are aware of that. And that about does it for this week's show. Next week's weekly poll is what park, when initially visiting it, you kind of had these expectations like, it's going to be good, it's going to be okay. Maybe even thought it was going to be great, but then it even exceeded those expectations. It surprised you that much. I guess we're going with surprise as being a bad thing for this. I mean, being a good thing, excuse me. This isn't being surprised and like, oh, this park sucks. We could do that. I guess that could be like
Yeah.
another poll we do after, but like a park that let you down, maybe. But when we say surprise, we mean good surprise, like a good connotation. Like you came across that park and were blown away by the experience you had. And then lastly, right before I conclude the show by giving some of our social medias, plugs, and our email addresses and all that, I want to talk about the Coach Talk Podcast photo contest, which has begun. All right, it is July 14th. It's actually past July 14th. It's July 15th. The actual day we're recording this is the Thursday, and then it's released on that Sunday. So you guys hopefully know the gist by now, but it's been released now. You can go to the website. It is koshertalkpodcast.com/CT photo contest. CT photo contest. And you can enter a photo, any photo of your choice, or multiple of photos if you want. You can. We don't care. Any amount you want to send in. Send in some of your best photos, and we will narrow them down into the best. We're going to have some judges involved in this process. We're going to have some really great prizes at the end of this. So the top 3 people, the top 3 photographers will get a great prize. We're yet to announce that, but it'll be coming real soon. Probably on next week's show, we'll have prizes by then. And yeah, so enter. The rules are there. I'm not going to bother you guys again by going over the rules. I've gone over them on previous shows before. So again, if you want to check out the more details, it's coachtalkpodcast.com/TD contest. Again, if you want to answer the weekly poll, which is what park surprised you the most, you can do so by going to coachtalkpodcast.com/poll. Or you can check out our social medias, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Kosher Talk Pod. We'll have the poll there, but we'll also have amusement industry updates, analysis, commentary. All of that will be on our social media. YouTube is Kosher Talk Podcast, 3 separate words. That's where you'll find video content, such as reviews and just general park discussion. Sometimes we do rankings on there. There's a lot of videos that we do there, but that's where you can find video content. Contact us, kosharpodcast.com/contact if you have any comments, questions, or concerns with the show, or email james@kosharpodcast.com or bob@kosharpodcast.com, and we'll get back in touch with you real soon. kosharpodcast.com/shop is where you can go to find any of our merchandise. And I do tell you, not to toot my own horn, but we have some good merchandise, I think. And hopefully it can spark some of your interest. If you want to give us some free marketing at the parks, we'd really, really appreciate it. So again, that's kosharpodcast.com/shop. So thank you guys so much for listening to this week's episode of Kosher Talk Podcast. That's about it for this week's show, and we'll see you guys on the next week's. I don't know why I took such a big pause there.
It sounded kind of awkward, the last sentence.
You like that? You want to know? Do you want to know honestly why? I'll be as honest as possible.
I don't know why.
I'm gonna take a big dump right now, so I gotta go.
Well, technically James has to redo the ending, but yeah, it's basically finished before 1 a.m. My audio is done. Yeah, you cheated though. You were like, "Oh, we're not going to do a show, so we're just going to like talk to False Idol." And then you did a live stream and you called that a show, which I did not listen to because. All right, I I love that you. It does not. I love that you were attacking us for doing a 3-hour show the same exact week that you released a 3-hour and 45-minute show on your feed. I don't care if it was. This is live too. Technically, our podcast is live every Thursday night. So there. Honestly, I didn't bother with that one though. That was too show, or too long. That show was too long. Kind of like when we dropped our 3-hour. I mean, although this wasn't exactly a short show either, but. My biggest problem is it's about an hour drive to work and an hour drive back. So I have a hard time listening to anything longer than 2 hours. We try. Thank you. we I had ginger beer today. That doesn't count, but it's not non-alcoholic. But actually, I drink Irish trash cans, and then I get. Oh my God, that. I think I actually sent a picture of that to you guys. Have you ever had one of those, Marcus? Oh my God, they're amazing. It's just like all alcohol. Pam can attest to that. Is she still here? Or she fall asleep? I think, was that the Knoebels trip? Or was that Hershey? We had an Airbnb and we were just like, oh, let's get some alcohol. And I was like, oh, okay. I like Irish trash cans. And she like pulled up on her phone and she's like, I really don't know much about alcohol. I really don't. I don't drink a whole lot. And so we went to the liquor store and Pam's just like, well, you need this. I was like, holy shit. That's like, that is a lot of alcohol. Yes, that's basically what an Irish trash can is. It's, and then for my cousin's wedding, like I was just like, oh, so most of the time when I go somewhere and I order an Irish trash can, they just give you like a small glass. But a couple places, like Buffalo Wild Wings in Winchester, like gave you like a tub. Well, we went to this one sports bar between the wedding and the reception, and I ordered an Irish trash can, and like it was the first time that I had the whole thing. Oh my God, like I couldn't feel half of my body. Like it was bad. It was funny but bad. Pam's not an alcoholic, she's a teacher. As I've been told many times. James looks deep in thought.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about becoming an alcoholic. No, no, no. Halloween Horror Nights just announced some haunted houses, so I'm looking at that. Universal's Halloween event. If you didn't, I don't know if you know that. Since you don't like Halloween that much, that's Universal's.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Did I you book focus? You're supposed to flush?
Safe water.
Exactly. If it's yellow, it's mellow. If it's brown, it goes down. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is one of the houses. The Bride of Frankenstein.
Bride of Frankenstein?
Yeah.
Wasn't that a movie?
Yes. Most of their houses they do are gonna be movies, you know.
I guess it is Universal.
Yeah. Exactly.
I called it Mellow Yellow. Oh, it's gonna be stuck in my head. Thanks, Travis.
I'm just mad about Saffron. And Saffron's mad about me. You know who collaborated in that song though?
I have no idea.
The greatest band of all time. Do you know who it is
Beatles?
now?
Beatles?
You damn right, son.
We do need to come on your show. Tell you why you're wrong about your top 10.
Yeah. Or at least come in your chat. At least allow us to come in your chat while you're recording and go, what? I still don't get your hate of Gringotts. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it's not that high on my list in terms of like. Oh my god.
Mystic Timbers crushes Still Vengeance.
Garbage need to be reserved. I mean, you can't use that loosely, man. That has to be used for rides that actually.
That has to be. It's reserved for
garbage.
rides like Firebird and Ruggaroo.
No. I don't know what rides it's reserved for anymore, really. Every ride I thought I hated, I like. T3 is the only one I can still call garbage, I guess.
Oh man, T3. I need to put T3 on my top 40 just to spite you.
I was so glad that wasn't there. But T3, I need to re-ride, but I liked Mind Eraser at America. I still like it. I rode it again, and I liked it again. So it's not like a one-time thing.
I enjoyed the hell out of T3.
I think my tastes are starting to, like, I don't know, change. Because I don't really hate any roller coasters anymore. I flight deck at Canada's. Those are the SLCs. And I need to get on 2 rides at Canada's Wonderland. I need to get on Flight Deck, and I need to get on Mighty Canadian Mindbuster and see if I like those, then I don't hate any more roller coasters anymore. Like, no roller coaster that I would say I hate. But garbage should be reserved for garbage rides.
Darien Lake, I remember being pretty bad. I love T3 though. Have you ever like looked at your email and had all kinds of like comment replies for Reddit, and you like go, "Oh shit, what did I say? I forget."
Nope. I'm not active on Reddit that much. I'm just afraid that I'm gonna get shit on, so I don't really say anything.
I mean, that's what, if you go to Reddit, you're gonna get shit on. That's just the way.
Haggard's is a good ride. But we're not well. But not only is Haggard's a good ride, Gringotts is a good ride.
I mean, Intamin just makes good rides.
I mean, it
Wilderness
doesn't make sense to me. The
Express
ride.
excluded.
His argument is it doesn't do much. I'm talking about from a pure ride standpoint. If the ride was out in the middle of a field per se, the ride would suck. It doesn't do anything, sure. But because you have screens, you have theming, you have all of this surrounding the ride and incorporated into the ride, you can't say it doesn't do anything. When I said it doesn't do anything, I meant it doesn't do anything from a ride standpoint that is extreme or intense or crazy, but you don't need that in this case. Like, the theming makes it I think the same could be said for Verbolten. If you took the show building away from Verbolten,
Yeah, it would be terrible.
exactly, the show building makes Verbolten. It's the same exact principle, except I think even more so because you have
Night, Marcus.
great rides. Good night, Marcus. He knows I'm right, so he's throwing in the towel.
Yeah, he's leaving. He's like, "Oh crap, James was right.
He got me.
Finally got me."
He got the best of me. Good night, boys.
He's waving the white flag.
Exact.
I'm
Throwing the
out.
towel down. Yeah.
Why? You know, I don't understand. Every time I see SWO, I always think SeaWorld, Ohio.
That'd be OH.
I mean, it would probably be SWA or like SeaWorld Akron.
Yeah.
Was it Akron or Aurora? I don't remember.
I don't think it was. Was it? I don't think it was Akron because Akron's where
No,
LeBron
it
James
wasn't. It
grew up.
was Aurora. Aurora.
Yeah, as I say, Akron's where LeBron James and Steph Curry grew up.
It's not far from Akron. Hey, I grew up with SeaWorld, Ohio. That's where I saw Shamu. And whatever the sea lion's name was, I forget.
They're 40 minutes apart. Yeah.
I actually, SeaWorld, Ohio is probably why I like lasers so much. Because they actually did have the premier laser show back in the 80s. They spent a stupid amount of money on it. I'm mad at SeaWorld for stealing my money for a whole lot of things, along with Palace Entertainment. Those stupid a-holes. See you, Travis.
Adios.
And they got a mellow yellow. I hate you, Travis. It's stuck in my head now. It's not leaving.
Bump, bump, ba-dum, dum.
It's stuck there. It's not leaving.
It's a great song. Deserves to be stuck in your head.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, you're right. Your head's not a good place for it to be stuck. It's too great for your.
So is that what the problem is?
That is the problem.
I think you're wrong.
Really?
I do.
Bob thinks I'm wrong? There's no way. That can't be. What is the graph here? Oh my god!
What are you talking? What is going on?
Look. It didn't do it. Oh my god. Oh, there we go.
I didn't know you could do that.
I just said, when I said, what's the little graph there, I just figured it out. We could start do like live polling stuff. Like, who's right about this debate, Bob or James?
Oh, that's cool.
It is cool.
It's not fair. You get to do all the cool stuff.
You want the YouTube account, Bob?
No, it's okay.
And I thought so.
What was the other thing you did?
I don't know.
Oh, you pinned message.
Oh yeah. Timmy abandoned us tonight. I just realized.
Yeah. What the hell's with that, Timmy?
Where's that mother at? All right, Bob. You didn't remind me, but I'm reminding myself.
Wait, what?
Exactly. You didn't even remember.
Oh, crap. Hey, yeah, don't forget about that.
Don't forget about what?
Creating the document.
Good. All right, I made it. I'll share it with you. I'm not gonna edit anything about it right now because I don't want to. But actually, I'll just say 1:30 and change the date. But you'll have to go back and delete all the other stuff from this week once you get to it, whenever you get to it, or if I get to it before. Someone will before we get to next week. Next week's show will come out on the 25th. Screw it.
25th.
Indeed.
I love how I get spam from myself.
You spam yourself?
It's a trick spammers use. They email the address from the address themselves. Like they spoof it.
Mm-hmm. Cam, are you talking about Timmy or who? Cam said he's.
No, just wait. Who? What? Huh?
Cam said he couldn't talk much because of his internet. Or
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, he did say that. He said his internet was dropping a lot. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Did he say that in the chat? Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
he did.
I don't see. Where did he say that at?
It's way back.
I'll trust you then.
Wait, which chat?
The Coaster Games. Oh, you mean
Huh?
this chat? Is in this chat?
Yeah, it was on live chat. Well, now that was just stupid. When that poll completed,
Yeah.
it just erased the message I was typing. I was literally in the middle of like typing a message. What do you mean? Shut up, Mike. Don't discourage him from riding a really great ride.
Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! All right. Ooh, and you also forgot to tell me to do this too, Bob. You're really disappointing.
I thought once you remembered one, you were supposed to remember them all.
I kind of. That's kind of how it just worked. But it also didn't work like that. Does it say we're recording episode 180? No, it doesn't. All right. I'm gonna schedule it for next Thursday night. Next Thursday night, I'm cooking in the barn.
You've already predicted it, Mike. You know what's coming.
Last Friday night.
Mike, have you ever rode a zipper? I'm actually curious.
All right.
Seriously?
That's
There's
stupid.
poop count? That's yeah.
That's kind of like how if the racing credit argument went like that, I can understand like why people shouldn't count racing coasters as credits. But that's ridiculous. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Do they like is Gatekeeper 2 credits?
Any dual loading station at Manta at SeaWorld Orlando. That's a dual loading station. All the flying coasters actually have dual loading stations, so Storm Runner has a dual loading station.
There certainly can't be anybody that counts that. Oh God,
That's the same principle, though. It's the same idea. You're dual loading. I mean, what is the difference between that and a free spin? It's not. It's the same. It's this exact same thing. It's just a dual loading station.
I don't know. I think the argument would be even better. It's dumb still, but I think you'd have more of an argument on a wing coaster like Gatekeeper, because each side of the train is a different experience.
Oh, you're talking about size of the train.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about actual, like, I think he's wait, let me reread his initial comment. I thought he was talking about the fact that they have, I guess, yeah. All right, I guess I understand. I thought we were talking about dual loading stations in general.
No. I actually count all racing coasters as 1 credit.
Yeah, that's the argument that we actually initially started out with, and I disagree with still.
No, the argument we started out with is the relocations.
All right, well, that was one of the three. It was the relocations, the dueling coasters, and then something else. Oh, the conversions, floorless to stand-ups.
Oh yeah, the conversions. Yeah.
Or stand-ups to
Only
floorless.
if the rider position changes. Yeah.
Which I still say then Rebel Yell's 2 credits. Because and then I still say that Rebel Yell should be 2 credits because the rider position. If you're backwards, they used to run it backwards.
No. Because you're still sitting down.
But the position doesn't.
I know. No, you're positioned the same way. You're just that's direction. That's not position.
Bob, come on, are you joking?
No, I'm serious. I don't think going backwards is a different credit.
No, I know, but it's definitely position is 100% an accurate term for you're changing position. You're facing the forward position or the backwards position.
No, but the position of your body is the same.
All right, I'm not gonna argue with you at 1 a.m. about this. We've had this argument before too. It's literally not. It's backwards and forwards. But all right.
I'm sitting. I turn around. I'm still sitting.
Your position has changed. I'm not the same way that I once was, though. Now I'm not at the microphone, and you probably can't even hear me that well because I've changed position. I mean, yep. Mike is the G. Mike is the G. I agree with you, Mike, on every point you've brought across right now.
Well, but see, this is the thing. This is the argument that, like, this is the way I've done it, and I'm going to keep doing it. But I hate the people that are like, when I say about, oh, I count, like, Dominator is a credit, and so was Batman Night Flight. Like, so both sides of the relocation count. People are like, oh, well, you're just credit whoring. Well, you can't say that because the other argument is literally about racing coasters where I only count them as 1 and everybody else counts them as 2. So if I was really seriously credit whoring, why would I be?
Well, yeah. But most people probably don't realize that. I mean, once you say that, that's fine. But I think if you just told me that, I'd probably agree that I'm like, you're just trying to get a lot of credits. But then if you said, well, I don't count them, I'd be like, oh. All right, that's fair.
The reason I mean, at first the reason for relocations was out of necessity because I didn't really know.
Yeah, we've had this
Like
exact
RCDB wasn't
conversation. So
wasn't a big thing. But the bigger thing is I look at it as like getting a credit involves traveling to get that
the
credit.
experience. Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah. Yep, and I disagreed, but
You're allowed. But I mean, that's the reason. I mean, it's still you like. So I was at Geauga
but you
Lake,
admit
then I
that
traveled to.
that it is physically the exact same ride that you rode.
It is.
All right, so that's all I need to just to make it make sense in my mind that it's not that you actually somehow think it's changing just from moving.
No, it's the driving. I mean, getting going and earning credits is about going. Like I
All right, but
if a
theoretically,
park
Bob, so if Cedar Point picked up and said we're moving to another like all of our coasters are moving to another location, you would go to that park and ride all of the rides that were there and say, all right, all of these are new 20 new credit or whatever 18 new credits that they have.
no, because the park moved.
Oh no! All right, without changing the park with it. Like if it was just moved to Cedar Point's Wonderland, it's like a new park they built and then put all the coasters there. It wasn't the same park though.
If that ever happens, we'll discuss
All
it.
right,
It's
then
not
we'll
ever gonna
discuss.
happen. But like even I mean, seriously, think about it. It's not like all the Geauga Lake coasters that were relocated. It's a challenge to go get them again. It's not like it's like an easy thing of like, oh, I'll just click a button and count them twice. I have to actually go to all of those parks that they went to. Like I have to actually make an effort. That's the whole point. It's not just like I'm just like, oh well, I've never been to King's Dominion, but I can count Dominator because I rode Batman Night Flight. No, like
Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree, but it's. I mean, it's. I get that it's not credit horn necessarily. I think most people that would utilize that system would be credit horning. I don't think you are necessarily, but
but like here's the other thing. If like let's say Cedar Point decided, hey, we're going to move Gatekeeper to the back of the park. I would not count that as a new credit.
so it has to be outside the park.
Yeah, it has to be some like yeah,
What if
it has to be an
what
effort
if
to
I
go.
305 moved to Busch Gardens Waynesboro? Like it's still really close, and it's not really an effort for you to have to do it.
I mean, then at that point, yeah, I at that point I have to count it out of necessity for the system that I follow. But I mean that's not the usual though. I mean, you're
No.
not usually going to see that. But it's that like that's the thing that I think is more important. Like you kind of like everybody's allowed to kind of have their little things as long as it's not just something like ridiculously stupid like oh every seat on a train is a different credit or something stupid like that.
Every
Like I
coaster is
mean, you
equivalent to
still
3 or something.
yeah, like I mean, realistically, you can pretty much compare people's lists.
So if you're
What I
but
find
so
hilarious.
would you put Dominator or Batman Night Flight? Are they this, do you rank them the same or are they two different rankings?
I don't rank below 40.
Uh-huh. If you were to rank them, would you rank them as two separate credits or as one?
Actually, I would, because Batman Night Flight was better than Dominator just because of the lake. I mean, that's like such a far-fetched thing. Like, but it definitely was better at Geog Lake just because of the atmosphere. I mean, Dominator is literally a parking lot coaster, and Night Flight was not. It's the same thing as if you took Verbolten out of its show building. I mean, not to that
I
level,
was about
but
to say a little different.
same
A
concept.
little different.
So the way that
So my
I've never encountered that, but like I would always say, and I think most people kind of say, you go by the showman. So like, and that see, there's another thing that I have a stipulation. The what counts as a relocation of a credit that counts is if the ride was purchased or built with the intention of it not moving. So, like for instance, like Wildcat at well, a couple different Wildcats that I rode, like they're technically portable rides, but they were in permanent installations. But I've never rode a fair, but most people kind of go like if there's different carnivals that go around, they go by like what company owns that ride. So like it's only one credit if it's the same fair company that shows up. Does that make sense?
yeah, what I do, I don't ride many fair credits, but I honestly just have a tough. I don't remember half of the fair credit. A lot of the fair credits I got were when I was young, so I don't know if it's fair. I typically just kind of count them because it's like one or two credits. It's not like I'm going to all these fairs. If I started going to more fairs, I'd probably start keeping track of like, oh, it was this showman in this city, and whatever.
I don't think I've ever rode a roller coaster at a fair in my entire life.
Yeah, so I have,
I've
but they
rode
were a long
I've
time ago.
rode I rode a powered coaster.
Not a roller.
No, but I don't count powered coasters, so
I don't think anybody does. I think there's like a very few that do. I'll restate that, which is good.
yeah. Unless you're Six Flags and you count Larson loops.
All right, I need to go to bed. I gotta work tomorrow morning.
I I don't outright distrust fairs, but I'm a little more careful, and I won't ride a pendulum at a fair. I don't trust pendulums at fairs just because physics. I it's just I don't know. Not to mention there's been a lot of accidents on them.
All right.
Oh yeah, that video is not somebody screwed up setting that up.
That wasn't a pendulum though.
No, he was talking about the rip off of the 1001 knots.
I know. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. I gotta go to bed. All right.
All right, guys.
I
Good night,
I guess I could leave
everyone.
my laptop open and let Bob talk to you guys a little later, but.
That's okay.
All
I
right.
need
I
to
gotta
go.
go. Good night. Love you guys.
Yep. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you. Oh, hey, guys. Next
Bye.
week.
Stop streaming. I'm just kidding.
Next week we will probably be doing the live stream on Friday. Just pay attention. Because I think I may be going to Cedar Point on Thursday.
Yay. All right. Bye.